the sooner we get it through the process, the better, just so that we don't have to deal with these issues as we're going through line drawing. And with that, there's no additional comments or questions from the floor. Let's take public comments.
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment. The motion on the floor to approve the legal contract. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 829-8221-1105 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And for those of you that have called in and are listening in the queue, if you wish to give comment on the agenda item, or I'm sorry, on the motion on the floor, please press star 9. This will raise your hand indicating you have something to say on this particular thing. At this time, Chair, we do not have any raised hands in the queue, and we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Thank you, Katie. Alvaro, do you have the motion ready for a vote?
I have it ready to go, Chair.
Excellent.
The instructions are complete, Chair, and we still do not have any hands.
Thank you. Let's go to vote.
Okay.
Can I just make a recommendation to spell out, not just put SW? Can you please spell out the name of the firm? Thank you.
Will do.
And how about litigation counsel contract? Thanks.
And I need help with this. Stromwasser, is that correct?
And you want the and sign, and Woocher is WOOCHER.
There's no first A, STRUM.
Okay. Okay, is that meet everyone's needs there? Litigation contract, so we can begin the vote?
Looks like Commissioner Yee is okay with it. Commissioner Sinai? As well. All right, let's go to vote.
Very well. Commissioner Turner?
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Yee?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Abstain.
Commissioner Lamons?
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani? Commissioner Sanai?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor? And Commissioner Toledo?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Alvaro, sorry.
Yes.
For Derek, the number didn't show up.
Thank you.
Great. So with that, let's go to a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 11 o'clock and start the line drawing debrief process. So we'll be coming to the line drawing subcommittee after the break. Thank you, and we'll see you at 11 o'clock. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are now at the line drawing subcommittee reports, and we will be doing a debrief on last week's line drawing process. With that, I wanted to start by having all of the commissioners go around and give one, two, or as many examples of what went well, starting with Commissioner Turner, since she was chair during the process. And I'll give you a couple of seconds. So we'll start with what went well, and then we'll go turn around and talk about what could be improved. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Turner so she can begin.
Thank you, Chair. So the session last week, I think what went well was the support that we had through some of the technology that was developed. So the visualization tool that was available, having access to support. I think the line drawers were very accessible. They were ready to help us with visualizations. I think all of the commissioners were very supportive in trying to understand the direction that we were going and recognizing the pressure that we were under from a time constraint. So I think things like that, I do have some, when we get to it, some suggestions about what I think might make it helpful going forward. It was a time unlike any other. So I think all of us are drawing lines for the first time. So I think we were kind of figuring it out as we went. So for me, I think most of it was a blur, trying to hold all of the pieces in place while receiving a lot of data coming at you, a lot of comments, words, feedback, proposals, requests, trying to listen. So all of that was interesting. I think I could probably have better feedback when I was able to kind of observe it more, as opposed to feeling like I was in a kind of orchestration standpoint. But I think it went, I think for the most part, I think I was really pleased with recognizing we started from scratch, knowing that the tools that were available. I think that was something that was beneficial for us. And I'll stop there for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Yee.
Yeah, just was really satisfying to finally get to this part of the process where we get to actually draw lines together. It's something we've been waiting for so long. Really appreciated the line drawing team, their technical skill, their adaptability, their presence, their good preparation for each day behind the scenes. They were there for what we needed, and really appreciated that. Appreciated the input we got from the public. Appreciated really just the spirit of our commission and everybody really, as far as I can tell, just wanting the fairest map possible. And I think that was reflected in our final unanimous vote. So I just appreciated being able to do this together.
Great. Let's go to Commissioner Fornashari. And then we'll be going to Sinai, just so we will have a heads up.
Okay, it's random. I thought it was going to come around to me a little bit later. Let's see what went well. I agree with everything that's been said. Appreciated having the staff there to look up our COI input that we've had and kind of summarize it for us real time. I think that was helpful. I think we'll continue to need that kind of support. I was making a second note here. I didn't get finished with it. I think we did a good job looking for opportunities to identify, to make solid VRA districts, and actually identified the opportunity to, I think, create 2 more VRA districts than we had initially started with. I think that was a big win all the way around. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Sinai, if you're able. Otherwise, we can come back to you later. So I know Commissioner Sinai is on the road, so we'll come back to her. Commissioner Fernandez, I'm just going down my screen. So Fernandez, then Lamons, then Anderson.
Okay, thank you. It's funny because you can always think of things that are negative versus positive. So I think what I really appreciated, Chair Turner, was she kept us on task, and then she also thought about the maps after the first day and allowed us and to go back to make changes so that we could feel better about what we were going to release. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciated that. And I think what went well was we met our deadline, and also for me, it was just the reality of doing the actual live line drawing and how long it takes. And for me, I just point to be better prepared for when we do it again. And thank you all also for my fellow commissioners for going through this journey. Some of the journeys were a little bit more painful than others, but for the patience. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Lamont?
Sorry about that. It's having a little bit of problem getting off of, let me show my face here for appreciation. So I guess what I wanted to say is I felt like the line drawing teams did an incredible job under intense pressure. And I think their ability to pivot as we asked for new things, to build the plane as we were flying it in some ways. I know they come with an incredible amount of experience, but not with this particular group of 14. And so I think to be able to navigate this process with us real time, let cooler heads prevail in some situations where that was necessary. And I think that the professionalism of all of the line drawers that I got to experience was top notch. So I think that hopefully your teams feel good about the process as well and are reinvigorated and ready to go and do this last lap and pull it across the line with us. So for that, I want to say how grateful I am on behalf of my fellow commissioners in working with you all in this process.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson?
Thank you. Yeah, the word that first came to mind with me is flexibility. I really appreciated the flexibility with each commissioner and the line drawers. And as I'm sort of echoing a few things that other commissioners have said about the line drawers, what really was great is when the line drawers explained a bit more about when we asked questions, we said, well, why are we doing that? And the line drawers were able to go back and tell us, I had direction from here, and then we pivoted to this, and then we re-pivoted to that, which was really helpful, I thought, and explaining the information behind and where it was, and also how things trickled through the whole process. I thought the line drawers really helped us step back and look at the whole picture, which I believe is really, really important. And I appreciate the flexibility of the commissioners and a little patience when you could tell someone was trying to get somewhere, but we couldn't quite tell where. And then I believe as Commissioner Fornchari said, look, we really have to emphasize, what are you trying to do? Where are you trying to go? And then we all started doing it that way. And that really, really improved. And then we sort of started working almost like as little sets of teams to work through a portion, which I thought was very, very, very beneficial. The labeling on the visualizations really helped. Putting different deviations, putting terrain back and forth. These are all things that I thought were very beneficial. And I also agree, Commissioner Turner, Chair Turner, to going back and say, let's look at those items again, which I thought was really, really helpful because as we know, working in one area destroys a different area, and that gave us a chance to get back to it. And I believe what we ended up with was much, much better than what we were believing to end up with on the first day. And I think that was why it was unanimous. We really had addressed a lot of the issues, understanding that we're getting more input, but this was a good draft map. These were good draft maps. And I believe it's all of those, the flexibility, the pivoting, telling each other the goals. These were items that really moved things forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Two things. One, the transparency. That's what we're here for. That's what we're about. And I think, that was clear throughout the process. Second, and this is something that I mentioned in an interview the other day with the Desert Sun in Palm Springs, is I think one of the biggest advantages that we have enjoyed over the 2010 Commission is that we have had ample time to get to know each other and our styles and build very solid working relationships. I can't imagine having had to do what we did last week on the timeline that the 2010 Commission had to do it on, without the ample time that we've had to build these relationships. I think that really is a factor contributing to the success. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. My last name is with an A, so I'm not usually later down in the line. So a lot of what I was thinking has already been said, but I'll just highlight some of the key points that I took away from last week's live line drawing session. What worked well was that transparency piece, right? This is what Californians voted for. They wanted to watch the live line drawing process play out. Sometimes it was really messy. We made mistakes. We went back and forth, but that was the beauty of this whole process, being able to watch it play out. Something that I think we can do better on, which we already started to make improvements on during last week's session, was sort of explaining what our thought process is, similar to what Commissioner Anderson was stating, really trying to draw out where we're starting and where we're trying to go with a proposed change, just so everyone can be aware of what impacts that proposed change may have on other regions. So trying to make that known upfront before we ask the line drawers to actually change a line, I think would be very helpful, just from a technology standpoint. So we're not asking the program to move a little bit faster than it can, and as fast as we want to move. So those are my thoughts for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. And Commissioner Sinai will come back to you. If you could just focus on what worked. I think you're on mute, Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry, I thought you would come back to me later. I didn't
No.
realize you were.
We're coming back to you now.
Sorry about that. I thought what worked well was just our, the camaraderie and just trying to help each other and ask questions and trust each other. There was everything was transparent and no one was trying to do anything. Sometimes we were in our own brain. And so I thought it was helpful when someone would say, hey, what are you thinking of doing, or reminding us or helping us out. When you're on the spotlight, it's kind of, it's a puzzle and you might not be seeing that piece that someone else can see because they're not on it. And so I thought that was really helpful. I absolutely appreciated Commissioner Turner bringing us back to the assembly. I thought that really helped kind of restart us in the right direction. And I really appreciated, to me, that was one of the best parts of the whole thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Kutagawa.
I'm going to try to remember what Commissioner Turner kept saying to us, be additive. Although that was hard because I think it was also wanting to affirm or uplift things. I do want to say in terms of, I'll start with the staff. I think what worked well was having the staff that we did have. I know it's been said by others, but what's not been said is that maybe it's the unglamorous parts of what they did. One of which I do want to acknowledge that they kept us fed. That was very helpful. I thought that was very much appreciated. I want to also just say in terms of the line drawers, I was always surprised and appreciative. And I think this worked about how poised they remained in light of multiple changes. And at some points, I was just waiting for them to just start screaming and pulling their hair out in terms of, all of what we were trying to do, but they stayed poised. And I think that helped us also stay poised. And I think that also then led to all of us being able to stay focused, collaborate with each other. I think it's been said, to help each other out, but also hear each other out as well too. I think it could have been worse. I absolutely agree. Time may have been one thing, but I also think, interestingly, we also had our challenges given the Zoom, but I think Zoom might have also helped too, that we were forced to have to get to know each other a little bit more, because in the lead up to this, we did come in knowing each other a little bit differently than if we had just done things in person. And so for that, I think the transparency, was, I also want to echo as well too. Some people talked about how painful it was to watch, but that is what the intent was, right? It's to see us actually doing the work, see us talking to each other. Someone may have likened it to watching paint dry, but if you thought that was like that for you, think about how it felt for us as well too. So I think those are just some of those things that I think worked well in our favor this time around. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Vasquez, then Commissioner Sadwani.
I definitely am struggling to be additive. So we'll just say that I thought Commissioner Turner gave a masterclass in facilitation overall, both keeping room for folks to let their ideas breathe and play out, and also reminding us of our ultimate task and keeping us focused on the big picture, especially as we dove deeper and deeper into the weeds, which is by necessity. So I thought she did an incredible job. And so I would like to see sort of that type of facilitation of the sort of the next phase of, again, allowing ideas to percolate and folks to build off of each other, and for us to go deep in a region, and trusting that our facilitator will sort of ask us to pause and zoom out as appropriate to make sure that things are staying on track. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Okay. Am I last? I think everything's been said. Yes, I agree with pretty much everything that's been said. Line drawing team, amazing. And you still have your hair. You didn't pull it out. So that's incredible. So well done, you. In general, it seemed like the synergy also between the VRA team and the line drawing team, especially those days that David Becker was there and in the room, seemed really good. That seemed like a positive. Though I'll allow you to tell us if it was good or not. In general, I think we had a lot of conversations in the run-up to live line drawing about decision points. And I think that was one of the ongoing issues from my perspective when we were doing the visualizations, is one commissioner might give direction on visualization. Others might disagree with it or give conflicting direction on visualizations. And I think the impact that it had on our map was sometimes we don't know, right? Like where exactly are things going here and why and which direction is being followed and which isn't. I think in live line drawing, that corrects itself because we acted collectively. And I think to speak to all of the pieces Commissioner Kennedy and many others already lifted, we were working together and we had the relationship in order to do so. Finally, Chair Turner, I was skeptical of going back to the assembly, but I am very glad that we did. I think we have a better draft for it. I still think we have lots to do, but I really do want to appreciate you taking that leadership there. The facilitation was awesome and right on, and everyone had an opportunity to be heard and to explore different areas. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And for me, and after I go, I'm going to turn it back to Commissioner Turner because I know she has to step out for a couple minutes. I thought Commissioner Turner did an amazing job of being collaborative. I think what some folks on watching via live stream may not have seen is that she was checking in with all of us, so very collaborative, making sure that it was a consensus, that we achieved consensus, that it wasn't one commissioner certainly we're all giving direction, but that we achieved consensus as we moved on. And that's a difficult job. So just extraordinary leadership from our chair helped us get through the 3 days. At some points it seemed like we might not, but that we need additional time, but we managed to do it in the time frame that we set out to do, which was excellent. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Turner to share some of the improvements that you'd like to see moving forward, especially from the standpoint of chair, since you've been in that position and can maybe give feedback on how we can make that role a little bit more, give that role some guidance or whatever you think is necessary.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you. And thank you to all my fellow commissioners. You all are kind indeed. I was for sure trying to serve in my best that I could for all of you. So I'm glad that it was provided some service for you and for all of us. I think going into the next section, the next part of our line drawing particularly will be the fact that we're going to have this opportunity just to have a discussion on the 29th. I think that will prove to be so valuable for all of us to be able to determine we're receiving all of the input. How are we, I guess, internalizing? How are we bringing analysis to what we're hearing, and how will we move collectively? I think that will be really important before we begin line drawing again, or particularly drawing our final maps. I think another part that would be, and I got a chance to mention it to Karin ahead of time, and she, again, her team is so phenomenal and flexible and just trying to do whatever they can do to help us. But having the line drawers call up the actual map types as we are receiving input or as we're having discussion. Because for me, even trying to track between the different maps, between assembly and congressional or Senate, as we're getting live testimony or public comment coming in, did we do that already or not? I think we already, so I'm trying to hold it all in my mind. So having up whatever is most current as people are giving us their testimony about what they'd like to see will allow us to see, yes, we've actually already done that, or we see how, off we are as opposed to what they're requesting. And regardless of whether or not we're able to do what's being requested, we can at least see it real time on the map to know if we've already made that change or not, I think would be really good. And as an area is being discussed, just using that little hand tool, circling the area, that kind of helps us focus on the geography of what's being talked about, I think would really serve well. Another point, just through the discussions, it's easy to get caught up as you're listening to passionate testimony and wanting to, for me, I like to provide what people need, what they tell me in their own expertise. And so it's easy to get caught up down a path and having to balance. We're here for sure to represent, the whole of California, the almost 40 million people. And so really just ensuring that voices aren't muted, that we're not drawing lines that keep people from being represented. And so I think going into this next phase, It'll be important for us to look not just at the lens of who's the loudest voice, who's calling in, how many times, and who's dissatisfied. It's back to basics of what is our intent? How do we ensure everyone is represented and has opportunity and equal opportunity to be able to elect candidates of their choice? And so, what we drew, I feel good about. It's not perfect. We certainly have to make a lot of other adjustments to it. But the process, and all of us, I think, wanting the same thing, I'm grateful that I don't feel the contention. We have 14 different ways of thinking, processing, 14 different experiences, but I really do believe that this particular commission is all trying to work together. If I start down a path and I hear someone with a divergent thought, it's not an attack. It's a different way of thinking, something that I may have left out or forgotten to think about. And so I lean in and try to pay attention and focus on that. Because if we can't represent the 14 of us and really listen for changes, I don't know how we think we're going to represent 40 million people. So I just think we're a good example of what we're trying to do for the whole of California. And I think we have 14 great individuals that's trying to do the same thing. So I'll just end there and say that I'm looking forward to this next process. I don't know how it's going to shake out. And I also wanted to say for all of our behind the scenes data people that we only had a hope and aspiration of pulling together a tool, Commissioner Ahmad, about what may work, right? And so now we have more public comment, more technology and things than we know what to do with, and the flexibility of us stating we need something and then them creating it and making it available. I think it'll be important too that we slow down and just look at some of the tools that are there, the visualization tools. A lot in California, we also received feedback that said, oh, it'd be great if we had this visualization report. We did have it, but maybe we didn't talk about it enough. So anyway, a lot of run-on sentences there, but I'm excited about the process. And I just think if we slow down to recognize what we have in each other first, then in our data and tools and all of the community of interest testimony that's come from all of California, how we're receiving that information, how we're providing analysis to it, how we're bouncing it off of each other. I read it, but what did that mean for me? Might mean something different from you. And so how do we make that mesh together as we prepare to draw these final lines? I think we'll have a product that we will all understand and feel good about the process. And it'll end up being, what it is, but I think at least we'll feel good about it and know why we created it. Thank you.
So I just had another question for you. Specific, just not less global, but more specific. Like things like the chair. You were so busy. I mean, handling all of the logistics, the business side, the legal side, every questions coming from all directions. Is there anything that staff or the commissioners could have done to help you? I'm thinking things like, your lunch and dinner requests.
I was thinking something like depends, because you don't get a restroom break. Yeah. When I think it was recognized, I think people were more than willing to support with that, because there just isn't time. The staff is doing their best to be able to support us and help us, and how wonderful is that? But in the middle of trying to listen and address, and we're grateful for our council and for staff and the line drawers, and then you get a thing up about lunch, and it's like, oh crap, forget lunch. I just walked to McDonald's one day. It's like I don't have time to think about it or figure it out or get it turned in. But I think things like that would be helpful for the next staff, the next chair, because I think I mentioned early on, to me, it's important for people to have breaks and lunches just to be able to breathe, to take a mental break. And the process up to this point has not really allowed for that. While our breaks are 15 minutes for the most part, maybe a little bit longer. Typically, they're just our responses that need to be given during that time so others can do their work, so that they'll know how to move and proceed. And so certainly you can't just say, oh, well, I'm taking a break now, I don't care. No, we do care. And I want others to have what they need. But from a chair's perspective, it leaves no time at all for any break or another quick call or a check-in with a family member. Thankfully, my kids are grown and old. They don't need anything from me, but I can't imagine having a family that, you still are engaged with and needed at that level because you don't get an opportunity to interact. And so that just is an awareness. And so it's made me more aware. I hadn't checked in with other chairs before to see how can I serve you? What do you need? Can I get something for you? It certainly will. I'll make that my business to make sure I'm supporting others as well. So I think people are doing what we can. I think that from a chair's perspective, it just know that it is fast moving. I also enjoyed it. I wasn't angry at any of it. I loved the interactions and being able to, act like I'm in an orchestra. Yeah, I'm the conductor of an orchestra. And so yes, no, in 10 minutes we're going to do this. All that's exciting. I'd be not telling the truth to tell you that I didn't enjoy every bit of it. I did.
You did a great job. Thank you. We're going to do it backwards, so opposite direction. We'll start with Commissioner Sadwani this time.
And this is with what things to
improvements, opportunities for
you
improvements.
Put me on the spot, Commissioner Toledo. I think there's a lot of places, right? I mean, and I'm thinking off the top of my head here, and I apologize. I think that as we move forward, we need to have a more clear path. And I understand that we changed course halfway through. When we get back to line drawing, I think we really need to have a more clear and concise and well-communicated path forward of what regions we're addressing, what maps we're addressing, when we're addressing them, when public comment will be, and do our best to stick to that. And I think, things happen. So sometimes we do have to be flexible and be ready to pivot, but we have 2 weeks to really prep ourselves for what's to come. So I think we really need to lay the groundwork for a solid plan for December that we can collectively commit to and communicate to the public and to execute that plan to the best of our abilities. I also think that there are a lot of technological components to, and behind the scenes staffing requirements to getting a public comment, posting drafts that are clear, being able to do all of those things. And I think I don't know if it's that I don't think it's that the public has an unrealistic expectation, but it's just simply not something that we could meet as quickly as people were hoping that it would be done, and still meet our timelines. But I do think as we move forward, we need to have a better plan in place for how to communicate changes that we're making to the map, in what format, when things will be available. I think we dropped the ball on that portion of our communication strategy. And I don't, Freddie, that's not aimed at you. I think there's so much coordination that needs to happen behind the scenes. How can we do it better as we move forward? So those are some initial thoughts.
That's great. Thank you. And just so everybody is aware, I asked Chief Counsel Payne to take notes, and so he's been capturing all of our comments, and he'll be pulling out themes both for what worked and what didn't, so that we can use it. So we can use those things to work through the public input process later this afternoon. So with that, we'll go to Commissioner. It looks like Vasquez is next. And Akudaga will be after that, just so that you have some awareness of who's coming in the line.
Thank you. I think in terms of upgrades, building off of what Commissioner Sadwani mentioned about having a plan in place, I think if we have a plan in place and communicate it both to the public and across the commission and to staff, I think that will actually hopefully meet one of the requests from our outreach staff about sort of having a better understanding of when areas or regions will be discussed so that they can be sort of pre-reviewing, particularly new public comment as it comes in, and be ready to provide us with some analysis. So for me, that's what sort of stood out as like a thing that I wish could have been more robust. So we had it, and I very much appreciate all of the on-the-fly analysis that that folks were doing. But I think to the extent that we can give them more lead time so that our analysis is of higher quality and maybe a little bit deeper, I think that would be really, really helpful.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. Commissioner Kutagawa, and then Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you. Just trying to write down my notes as quickly as I could, as I was also hearing others speak too. I think I will also uplift what's been said about clarity of process. I think we switched gears midway through. It felt like at some times, we were focusing on other areas at the expense of others because of the switch. And I think it became a little confusing and at times frustrating. When are we going to spend time on one area versus another? I think we just need more clarity on that so that it does feel like, and I think this was also outlined in the letter that was sent to us by the League of Women Voters and Common Cause about the amount of time that is spent on complex regions and spending time on other less populated regions. It's not that one is more important than the other, but the complexity does require additional time that I think we have to be prepared for. And I think we should be also building into the process. I think on that note, then, I think we spoke about this. I'm a little unclear at this time what the timing or the process is going to be on this, but the analysis of all of the inputs that we're receiving, I think Commissioner Turner had talked about at some point we hadn't had a chance for all of us as a commission to just take a pause and discuss what are we hearing. And I know it's been brought up and referred to in this conversation. I think that would be really helpful because I think we're hearing definitely, we've alluded to it, the conflicting testimonies, but what's conflicting for me may not be conflicting for someone else. What I may read and see and interpret may be different than what others interpret and read and see as well too. And I think we do need to just spend some time, just really, before we go into the next line drawing, really think about and really look through what all of these inputs are saying. And what are we reading? And in a sense, debating it amongst all of us first, so that then we're not trying to do it while we're live line drawing, because I think that happened. And then I think that will enable us to better prioritize where we're going to make certain kind of choices, where a county or city might get split, where we may have to say, this COI is going to take precedent perhaps over another COI. I mean, it's not that, again, one is more important than the other, but I think these are the hard decisions that we're making. And it felt a little haphazard in this last round. And I think that would help bring the clarity that Commissioner Sadwani was also talking about and that other commenters have also talked about as well, too. I also just want to say I appreciated having VRA counsel there, particularly Mr. Becker. I no knock on the Strumwasser team, but there was a noted difference when Mr. Becker was available and when he was not available. And I know it's super late for him, but it would be very helpful for him to be there the entirety of our line drawing, and make plans to be there, for that time, because I think the VRA districts are really important. And I think his knowledge was helpful to have and to hear his guidance on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. And I think I mentioned earlier what I think could be improved. I thought we were doing both at the same time, But just to remind folks, I think Commissioner Kutagawa also touched on it as well, in terms of the commission having a conversation with each other before we actually engage in changes on the drafts would be very helpful, just so that we can work through any misunderstandings or clarifications ahead of asking the software to pick up, 10 million people, and then having to go back and redo that might change things, and hopefully make it more efficient. But otherwise, keep it up, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed. Commissioner Kennedy. Then Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of things. First of all, I don't know whether being at a new location had any impact on this. It seems to me that having a fiber optic connection to a much more powerful computer to be able to do some of this processing faster certainly would have helped. Doing things on a laptop is great when that's necessary, but I think it would be excellent if a way could be found so that the processing could be done on something more powerful, resulting in less downtime. To the extent that there is downtime, I think we could have used some of that downtime, particularly when we were waiting for the Board of Equalization districts to process, for public comment. I mean, I really want to see us use every moment that we have available to us when we're not line drawing to be taking public input. And I think we could have perhaps used some of those intervals to better effect in order to take public comment. I think we went into this perhaps without a finalized playbook, or without a clear shared understanding of what was going to happen, when, and how. And I would encourage us to make sure that all of that is in place before we get into the next round. What order things are going to happen in, chair recognizing people. We had some slip ups as far as that goes. I would have found it very helpful to have at least two active screens, as it were, one showing the detail level that we're working on, but one showing at all times kind of the statewide big picture, because I found it very difficult to see what we were doing in the context of the bigger picture. And I think that would have been helpful if we could figure out the technical aspects of that. And finally, we certainly improved as we went along. And so I think it would have been useful and we did some practicing a month or two ago, but I still have this thought that if we had done some more extensive practice with ACS data, reminding everyone that this is not official census data. This is just an opportunity for us to get more practice so that when we do have the census data, we can go through this faster. Might have been helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Anderson, then Commissioner Lamont.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize I was next. Yeah, I'm not going to be additive. There's been a lot said, which was really good. We talked about process, things like that. the one thing I do want to go into is what Commissioner Kennedy just kind of hit on, the big picture. And I found all too often we were working in great earnest and together and things on little areas, not realizing what it was doing to large swaths of the state. And I think Commissioner Kennedy said having that large map with deviations would really help. So when you're working on a smaller area, you can look at the other and go, right. And that same thing, if we didn't actually sort of step back and look at what are our constraints and where are they, kind of across the state, and realizing there are areas where that's a line, here's sort of a line in a couple of different areas. And I believe that sort of overall, which the line drawers I felt were trying to give us that information and trying to help us go there. And we didn't quite let them do that a little bit. That was my interpretation. I thought the line drawers were really trying to give us information and help us to facilitate things. And we weren't quite as good as we should have been at listening to them. I felt that could have been a very small, minor point. I did love, this is a technical thing, the PNG, when you could, the big state picture, and you could look at it and you could really get into detail. So you could see what was going on. I thought that was very easy to see. I know a lot of us had been going to the visualizations on our the website, but if those had the deviations on it, that would also be extremely helpful. Just the the overall deviation, I thought that would be very helpful. Now on the fiber optic connection, I really didn't think, I thought things went very quickly. It was just the BOE, which was slow. I did also like I'm a little concerned about sort of analysis. I really liked the staffing giving us what the communities of interest, what they're hearing. But I'm always a little concerned when someone starts doing analysis, is that the way we would do the analysis if we were reading the same input? So I just want to uplift that. Then I'm going to stop there because I do want to say one really good thing is we are working together and we're working through things. And I know a lot of the input we're getting and people saying we do this, do that, they're expecting us to argue and fight. And often that's the easy way. And if we are looking at things a little more creatively, there are more solutions out there that we can come to together without having to, it has to be this way or that way. I find people who tend to say that aren't being creative. And I really appreciate this entire group looking at an area and re-looking at an area and go, we could try something different that might really work for everybody here. And I really want us to keep that in mind because, as Commissioner Turner said, this is a group that's really trying to get to the same purpose. And as long as we keep that in mind, I think we aren't going to have these, it has to be this way or it has to be that way. There'll be areas certainly where that was true, but not everywhere. And I just want us to keep that in mind as we work through this. So, thank you.
Great point, Commissioner Anderson. We'll go to Commissioner Lamont. How about we'll go to Commissioner Fernandez and we'll come back to Commissioner Lamont.
Okay. Let me get my little Post-it note here. I think, like for me personally, it's very difficult to be to have a precise plan when we receive the visualizations like the day before, and you're traveling and you don't have all the information with you. And so with us issuing the draft maps, for me personally, that's going to be very helpful because I feel that we can all take a look at the draft plans and already come to the next meeting with the plan and an idea of what we want to see, how we want to see it done, because it's difficult to just review the maps the night before and then try to come up with a plan in terms of the changes that you want to see made. And there was we're making a change one time, and someone said, I'm not going to give them up, said, the easy fix is to do this and that. And at the end of the day, I think we just need to remind ourselves that we're not looking for easy fixes. We're trying to find the right fixes. And as Commissioner Anderson just said, if we're creative, we can try to find the best fix instead of the easy fix. So I'm just challenging myself as well as my fellow commissioners on that. And I'm trying to think if there's something else. And for me personally, it would also be helpful if Karen, I don't know if this is possible, is when we're reviewing the maps, if we can actually put the VRA districts, if we can have them in a different color. That way, if I know if we're moving into that, we're like, oh, can't move into that area because that is a VRA district. That would just be super helpful for me and hopefully for everyone else. And again, for me, I'm hopeful for this 2 weeks that I can really take a look at the maps and hopefully come with a plan. And instead of it's my turn and I just say, oh, I just don't like this area, that's not helpful. So if we can be more specific as to what we don't like about it, and as well as state the reasons for it, and also to be mindful of all of the communities of interest for that area. And then whatever areas you're moving into in terms of trying to find extra population, please research that community of interest as well, because we don't want to break up one while we're trying to fix a different one, so a different area. And I think that was, and just one thing that I did notice is that we had just made a change on one area, and about three commissioners later, we're trying to change that area again. So let's just try to be cognizant of what we're doing bigger picture. So I think the whole planning process will be helpful to all of us. But thank you. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. And we'll go to Commissioner Fornashari, then Yee.
I think we skipped Commissioner Sinai somewhere along the way.
Sorry. I think, yes, Sinai, Commissioner Sinai.
You want to go
then
now?
We'll come back to Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner.
Okay. You want me to go? I'll go. Okay. So a few things. First and most important to me personally is I'm going to reiterate what Commissioner Sadwani said. We need a very clear path forward on how we're going to get to the end, so we all know, what are we going to be working on and how are we going to progress along the way. For us, for the public, for the line drawing team, for us, so we can, make sure that we're understanding or revisiting the COI testimony in that area and the feedback and have a plan to step through the state in a way that makes sense, that we're not going to, create pockets in different places. And frankly, being the project manager type person I am, I've already given that a great deal of thought and have a proposed plan I wrote up, so I can share that with the chair, the commission. So I think that's really important to enable us to get to the end. A couple of other things. We were a little rushed and we kind of sort of randomly split up some cities, just started picking census blocks, and I think that we need to deliberately go back and look at those splits as we go along, deliberately look at the city splits that we're going to settle on and make sure they make sense in some way. And hopefully we're getting feedback from those cities that we're going to have to split to help guide us in making sense of that. A couple of things have already been said. One of the things I want to bring up, though, is the recency effect. We're getting real-time feedback, and it's real easy to grab that and incorporate it. But I think all of us just need to be cognizant of the recency effect. And when we're when we take current input, and that current input is in some ways, is going to be specific about some lines that we've drawn. But I think we all should just go back to the COIs that and try to balance that before we give direction. And I think that, I guess the 29th, we're going to get together and review the input we heard. So I think that that's a really great idea, and that will help a lot. So I'm gonna stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, and we look forward to seeing the document you created in the next session, which is the public input session, and so that'll be a starting point for us to think through some of these questions. Next, let's go to Commissioner Sinai, then Yi, and then Lamont.
Thanks. The first day did not feel good to me, and I didn't know why it didn't feel good. And part of it was new. It is, to me, it was very stressful when you're trying to think through what to do, how to move things, how it's going to affect it. It's a lot of responsibility, and we weren't given sometimes the space we needed to think it through. I didn't appreciate having here's an easier way to get it done. And I didn't appreciate that it wasn't coming from my fellow commissioners. So I think if there's recommendations or ways to move forward, it should be coming from the commissioners and not from the contractors. Unless we ask for it. There may be times that say I'm stuck or whatever, and we ask for it, but the first day we didn't ask for it, and it was being proposed, and it wasn't easy. I would hope that there's a way that we can go back after we make changes. And I'd also like to have the better map. I know that what the line drawers are using is good for what they're doing, but it wasn't good for what we're doing. And I'll tell you why. We split my city in half. We split Encinitas, and I've heard lots about it. They've been they've submitted us comments and stuff, but I didn't notice we split it. And it wasn't, I kept reading, Encinitas was split, and I was like, no, it wasn't. And then when I looked at our tool, yes, we did split it. And so we do need a better way to something that's similar to our map. Our mapping tool on our website is a lot better to see the fine lines. And we need that opportunity to go back and look at what happened and not rush us. Okay, we're done with this zone. Let's go to the next one. We need to actually, after we work in a region, take a deep breath and say, okay, let's go back and look at everything we did. And does it make sense? What does it make sense? The other thing that was difficult was that some people were using Twitter to get input from the public. And I know I think we've created tools that are equal to everybody, and everybody can submit public input through in real time. And we should probably maybe think about getting off Twitter while we are meeting, and use it during breaks maybe or others, but not while we're doing, and all social media while we're doing line drawing, because that made it difficult at times as well. And I really did appreciate that some people would step up, and work in a zone while other people were stepping back and looking at the communities of interest and coming back respectfully and saying, okay, we've gotten this piece, how do we look at this? Or just, when there is conflicting, allowing people to have a conversation that is conflicting and not letting the loudest voice who's yelling the most, that one be the one that's taking priority. I think that's the main thing. I mean, I'm really concerned as we're moving forward that we need to better be able to call out what's political and what's not. It's gotten political, and it's going to only get worse. And we need to be in the back. In the past we've said it's veiled or whatever, but I think sometimes we're going to need to be able to say it comfortably out loud, or remind each other, hey, this is coming from here. This may not be coming from a place, you can tell when you're reading statements where they're coming from and stuff. I'm really impressed with some of the public input we've been getting recently. They're really thought out in a lot of details. and I appreciate that. But I think what Commissioner Fornashari said is true. We're going to need to be able to be more aware of what we're reading and be more careful how we're bringing it forward as we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Yee?
Thank you, Chair. Really appreciating all the comments so far. One big thing to add in my mind is I'm wondering if there's a way for commissioners to have time available with line drawers to prepare proposed changes. The way we were doing it most of the time, working on proposed changes in live, session, and watching the population changes as we made changes and seeing if they worked out or not. If we had all time in the world, that's fine, but we don't. So, to be able to sit down with a line drawer and work out a proposed change and balance out the populations beforehand, and then have all that ready before bringing it to the full commission, it seems to me would save a lot of time. Also, there's a lot of little changes we probably all have in mind that if we have to do them one by one in live session without preparing them beforehand, it seems to me that it would just make the process a lot smoother. It would take some coordination. I think Commissioner Ahmed's idea of coordinating what changes each of us need to make, maybe to get line drawer time, we would each need to request in public session, and name where the changes are that we want to make, and kind of the scope of those changes. And then other commissioners who may be interested in the same area, would be alerted to that and know that would need some coordination. Maybe that would be one way to go. Maybe Commissioner Fornashari, part of your proposal, might be able to include something like this. So that's my thought. That would really help the process. I appreciated Commissioner Sinai's comment just now about staff taking initiative to propose possibilities before the commission had. I understand the concern there. Absolutely, we need to be very, jealously guard our responsibility and privilege as a commission to be responsible for changes. On the other hand, I have to say for myself, I actually found that helpful. As a newcomer to this process, as we all are, to have possibilities put before me. Of course, it's absolutely up to us to make a choice about any of those possibilities, but I actually found it helpful when staff use some of their expertise to help us through a stuck spot. And I thought staff was appropriate each time about, only, asking for permission and certainly not making any changes until and unless we actually ask them to be made. So there's a balance there. I understand that, but I just want to say I myself found that helpful. One other thing to add, it's already been said, how to deal with the huge quantity of COIs. I think staff is doing everything it can. It's given us some magnificent tools, the Airtable, the visualizations. We have staff available for real-time research. We have staff providing summaries of COIs from time to time. But it still seems overwhelming. So I don't know if there's an answer, but Commissioner Fornashari's point about this, not just listening, not just thinking about the latest COI is relevant too, I think. So still struggling with that. Could I just add one more positive thing, late breaking? I wanted to add to all the accolades for Commissioner Turner's magnificent leadership. I was sitting right next to her during these sessions last week, and we've all worked with leaders or been leaders ourselves, and the balance between taking care of people and staying task oriented is one of the hardest challenges of leadership, right? It's easy to do one or the other. It's so hard to do both. she did both magnificently. And I just sat there in such admiration and appreciation for her, especially the evening where we got through the congressional map. Up to then, I wasn't sure this was going to happen, but when she pushed us through that, I was like, we could actually do this. And it gave me a lot of hope and inspired me, which is, something leaders do, the best gift that leaders can give to their groups, that inspiration. And she gave that to me, certainly. So thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. And what I'll add is, I think after having worked with with all of you for the past year and a half or so, many of us are perfectionists, right? And we want to get everything right. We want it to be perfect. And we just have to remember that perfection is the enemy of progress, especially when you have limited time and resource, and when we are under significant pressures, right? 12-hour days, 13-hour days, sometimes longer takes its toll. And so we just need to be able to to prioritize and project manage this very important task so that we are able to get to the important aspects of the work. Everything's important, but the key critical pieces that will make our map process flow, and to identify those and work through those. Oftentimes they're called bottlenecks, but identify those potential bottlenecks that we're going to encounter, and of course, and give appropriate time to all districts across California. So it's very easy to focus on some areas and to not give enough time to others, especially the more complex and the more complex ones, because they oftentimes require the most time. So just making sure that we balance all of these things. And I'm sure that that's a goal of all of ours. With that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Kennedy, who has his hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. Related to my point about getting in some live practice earlier, I think to resolve the issue that Commissioner Yee pointed out, so that we can individually walk into a meeting with plans more fully formed. QGIS is there. I haven't made it all the way through the installation process or the installation and uploading of or downloading of the shape files so that I can play with them. But it seems to me that that's really what would help us, is ensuring that each of us has the QGIS software on our work computer and are able to work with our existing shape files, and so we can click, we can see what population is, we can see what needs to be moved, we can actually work on moving it to see if it works, so that we're not taking up that time in a live line drawing session. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. That's a great observation. Commissioner Lamons, are you? I'm just wondering if you had any, if you're available at this point to give your feedback. And if not, we'll go to Commissioner Sinai, because I know he's juggling a couple of things.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Building on what Commissioner Kennedy said, I remember we had this conversation way back when, and it would be fun to see that conversation again and watch it now that we've been forward. But one of the things that we kept reminding ourselves in that conversation way back when was that the reason we have a redistricting commission was to make those learn those things and make those tough decisions in public and with each other. And we had really said, it's going to take time and it's going to be messy and it's going to be frustrating, but the purpose of this is for us to be able to do it in person. And that's why we opted not to have some of that software put onto our laptops, even though our laptops had the capacity to do that. at that point we had said, yes, it's about us doing it together and being public and that. So I just think it's, I could go either way. My concern is if we did all have that, we would spend more time playing with the shapefiles and stuff than reading the communities of interest input we're receiving. There's so much of it, and it's hard to keep up with that I think that's one of our strengths. And that was where my comment was going to come to, was that, yes, we split my small city, and I actually think it's funny, but it also proves that we've been listening to the community and building upon what the community has said. And when I've been interviewed here in San Diego, that's one of the things I've been very, thankful, thanking people for giving input, because for so long it was tough to make decisions because we didn't have the communities of interest. I could have, brought my own thoughts into it, but I've worked really hard to read the communities of input for all the state of California. And I appreciate everybody else doing the same and pulling out those pieces we may miss. And so for me, it's a perfect example of how we're not using the old lines, and we're not being, we don't have our own agendas or our own whatever. The fact that that we split my city, to me, is a perfect example of how we're looking at the bigger picture, and looking, taking care of everybody and not looking at our own agendas. So I just wanted to share that as I find it funny. It's frustrating, it's funny, and I think it's a perfect example that you're all welcome to share with others when you want to tell about how we are looking at the big picture, looking at it. You know what I'm saying? Sorry.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Of course, he has to make his presence known now. I just wanted to, sorry. Let's go to Commissioner Kennedy. Let me just try to get him.
Commissioner Kennedy, and then we'll come back to Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Sinai. I don't see that using, using QGIS, outside of a meeting to explore feasibility of something goes against the fundamental purpose, because when you bring it back into the meeting, you still have to present it and go through it step by step and describe the reasons and, why this is better than that and so forth. I think it is a matter of, we have extremely little time in our meetings to do an incredibly complicated task. And, looking for something like that, I think would contribute without getting us off track. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to Commissioner Kutagawa, then I'm going to go to Director Hernandez, and then Karen, Ms. McDonald for feedback from the line drawers. All right, so let's where are we?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Yes. So I just wanted to make a comment on the line drawer idea. I think this is one of those ideas that on the one hand, I really like, because I think there's an efficiency, and it also helps us to test out, the different what ifs, so that when we come in, it helps to move the process along. On the other hand, though, I do have a concern about that, because of the COI inputs that we're receiving, I think part of I'm going to call it the transparency, is for the public to see us testing out these what ifs, seeing, okay, we got this testimony, let's try this. And then for everybody to see that it's not going to work. Either it's too many people, or the ripple effects will dismantle a VRA district. There's just so many different kinds of variables that we're looking at. But if everybody could see it, then it makes it so that it's not this hidden kind of thing that we've done and we didn't take anybody's input into account. And I think that's what I'm struggling with in terms of weighing it. When I heard Commissioner Yee talk about it, I thought, oh yeah, that's a good idea. But at the same time, I'm also concerned about this other side. On the COI input, I would like to make a request or suggestion. And I don't know if this is possible, just given how much it is, but it would be interesting to know when we get the staff helps to just summarize the COI input. It is just that it's a summary, but I don't have an idea as to like, is this like we get a lot? Is this just one person? Is there a theme? Maybe that would be helpful. Is like just to know like what's the general themes, maybe not the amounts of testimony, but what's the general themes that are emerging. And I think that that's what they've tried to do, but I don't know, maybe it's not been as clear to me about it, but that would be helpful is that, like in this region, these are the themes that we're seeing. There's people who don't want to cross county lines. And then there's people who are, I don't want to be with these communities. And then there's other people, I want to be with these communities, things like that would be helpful. And lastly, I just want to, I'll just take a moment, like Commissioner Yee said also too, I also want to acknowledge, I saw one comment at least that thought that we should have utilized the additional time between when we accepted the draft maps to today was the deadline, and that we should have utilized the additional time to keep working on the draft maps. And I just want to remind everybody that we made this decision so that everybody, not just us, but everybody, including those who are the advocates and those who are interested in this, in redistricting, can enjoy their Thanksgiving with their families, many of us for the first time in over a year, to be able to come together and have that, just nice Thanksgiving together. We wanted to do it so that, the public comment period would close right before Thanksgiving. So then the day after, we would all be free, including the staff, and all of the individuals who are interested in this would have a chance to have a guilt-free time to be able to enjoy their Thanksgiving before we jump right back into it, beginning on Friday, at least in terms of us as we review the court testimony. So I just wanted to also acknowledge that that's one of the reasons why, and I just wanted to appreciate that we did think about that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. So let's go to Executive Director Hernandez, and then we'll go to Carr, and then we'll go to the hands that are raised. You're on mute, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. So first, I want to acknowledge our staff. They have done an amazing job just to keep things on track, taking notes, the lunch situation. We're asking a tremendous amount of work from them, and they are meeting the challenge. So I wanted to acknowledge that first and foremost with our staff. Marcy and her team has done a tremendous job. Our data managers have done a tremendous job of having the input ready to go for you to take a look at, the visualizations up and ready, the map up the same day as it was posted, and also Freddie's team, getting the communication out. So I just, can't say enough about the team. I will say that there were some challenges during the last week, and really it's just the timing. There's a lot of stuff going on, and we want to make sure that we get things out timely, and there sometimes just isn't enough time. And going late into the evenings was challenging, yet we were able to get a lot of the things done. I do agree with much of what was said already by the commissioners, in that we need to have a plan. We are hearing quite a bit from the public and different organizations that, what's the plan? How come we can't do this? Or when are you going to do this? When are you going to talk about this region or that region? So that has been something that we have heard, and we're trying to address it as much as possible with the run of show. As things change, the chair does definitely share the information as real time as possible when there are changes. We've had to pivot as a commission. You've had to pivot, and so I think we've done as good a job as we can, but we can always improve a little bit better. I like what was said already, that we're perfectionists in many ways, and so we're trying to make it even better than what it is. And those are some of the challenges that we're encountering. So that's kind of my perspective. I do appreciate working with our vendors. The communication there is always top notch, whether it's our videographer folks, line drawers, our ASL, our legal team. Everyone has been very responsive as things change and we pivot to either longer meetings or changes in our day's schedule. So I also want to acknowledge them for doing a tremendous job of keeping us together. I also want to acknowledge the court reporter. Don't want to forget you guys. So thank you, and the captioners. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hernandez. Ms. McDonald.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you so much, Chair Toledo. Thank you for this opportunity, and thanks for having me back. I wanted to also thank Chair Turner one more time. I know everybody has already talked about what a great process this was, and from our perspective, it's been it made things a lot easier to have this really great communication with the chair, and it allowed us to pivot and really kind of change this cruise ship at some point, and then go back to the assembly districts, for example, when we had already started processing them and so forth. So we really appreciated that. I wanted to thank all of you who realize that we sometimes need a break also. So, and again, also Chair Turner, thank you for saying that a couple of times, that please, the line drawers do need a break once in a while. And we really appreciated that, because we all want to talk to you during the break, absolutely. But sometimes we do need to go and eat something. And, the challenge in the meeting space last week was that we could not eat in the meeting space. So that made it, that created that necessity to actually leave the meeting space, leave our computers and go someplace. So thank you for your kindness. All of you who came by and gave us the thumbs up once in a while, that really makes a big difference when you're in so much stress. For us, of course, we are trying to deliver the best possible, service to you. We're trying to be with you all the way. And when you're pivoting, we want to be there so you can do it. And it's just helpful to get the thumbs up from you once in a while, or get these kind words. And it helps us, work really long hours. Thank you also for understanding that when you leave, we're still there, because we have to do backups and oftentimes have to just work on like file integrity things and whatnot, run reports, make sure everything's been assigned. And that can take sometimes up to 2 or more hours. Executive Director Hernandez just said the long hours definitely were challenging because of that. I don't want to forget saying thank you so much, Executive Director Hernandez, for your help, for the just collegiality for your staff. I think all of us could not ask for a better team, honestly. And that to us made a big difference also. Just to be in this really incredibly supportive environment makes it a lot easier for us to do the work that we do. For us, sometimes it's difficult, and this some of you have brought this up. Sometimes for us, it's difficult to figure out when we should say something and when not, because some of you will say, okay, make a suggestion, and then some of you will say, don't make a suggestion. We want to make the suggestion. So I feel like that became a little clearer as we were starting to work with each other. And as much as you can help us with that and just let us know when you want us to say something and when not. Obviously, the line drawers, they have been working with these maps nonstop. They have redrawn some of these areas so many times. They have tried things that you may want to do. And sometimes they already know that what you're about to give direction on, or what you want to see actually can't be done. So they could give some feedback, but they don't have to. So, and we also, of course, don't know where you're going afterwards. But if you want to hear more, please just ask for it. We're here for you. And if you don't want to hear more, that's fine with us also. So again, we're here to support you. And I wrote down notes on everything, on all the feedback that you just gave. And I think just sitting with that and figuring out what we can and cannot implement. Of course, Commissioner Fernandez, some of these things, for example, like coloring in some of these VRA districts, that is absolutely possible, obviously. But again, none of this is straightforward ever, because we're really looking at areas and not necessarily just at districts, right? So maybe the coloring needs to be a little differently. So I want to make sure that we bring that up with our VRA council. And just generally we'll go through all of the feedback that you just provided, and then work on that and work with you on how we can improve moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. And we will be taking lunch at 12:30 today, just so everyone's aware. So that's 5 minutes from now. We'll listen to, hopefully be able to get through the 2 comments that we have left. And then when we come back from lunch, we'll be going into public input discussion and looking at the document that the Public Input Committee has put together. Leverage the product management expertise of Commissioner Warnashari and the rest of the team, the commission, to develop a roadmap, even if it's a high-level roadmap, to help us think through some of these important issues. So we'll start with Commissioner Anderson and then go to Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that summary, Karen. I really appreciate that. The one thing I want to say is back to the idea of having a couple of commissioners work with the line drawers to go through some ideas ahead of time. I do not like that idea. I love the idea that we're working on ideas using QGIS, getting the help from the statewide databases, outreach centers, or that might not be the proper term, to work through those. But I think it's sort of unfair to ask the line drawers to work on specific things, and then the whole commission might say, I don't want to do that at all. And that it's sort of it's not a prejudicial thing, but it would have an outside influence that is not happening in the public's view. I do, however, love the idea of having the commissioners work through some areas. I know myself, I'm thinking, well, if we added more, if we get population over here, then that could work this out. I would love to work through that. But I think and there are 2 tools. You can also do that, just the My District as well, which is very similar to how you did the COI, as well as the QGIS. So I just want to bring that forward. While I love the idea of working through ideas on our own, I do not like that idea of working with the line drawers with not being in public.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to take the opportunity. I understand what Commissioner Akutagawa was saying, and it's something that we have said, that we wanted the public to have 2 clear weeks of the public comment period before the holidays. It doesn't close any opportunity for public comment. We'll be taking public comment on Thanksgiving Day, the day after, Saturday, Sunday. Anytime anybody wants to provide public comment, please shoot it our way through any of the channels that we've been talking about for a long time. But we wanted to have the official 2-week period during which we could not display additional maps end before Thanksgiving. But we certainly want public comment to continue as long as people have comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa, and then we'll be breaking for lunch.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, for that additional clarification. You are so right. Commissioner Toledo, I just want to acknowledge that there is a caller who I guess is waiting to make public comment on, I assume, this agenda item. And given that we've been asked to be more upfront about when we expect timing for this, it might be helpful to note when you think. I mean, everything is always an estimate right now, but when you estimate, you'll be able to complete this subcommittee agenda item and then receive public comment on subcommittee reports, not general?
That's a good question. And so I was planning to give an opportunity for the public to weigh in after we completed all of our committee updates. So that'll be after the public input design subcommittee, which will be around, I'm hoping around 2:30 is maybe a little bit earlier if we can get through our public input update and debrief by then. So around 2:30, and we would take public comment on all of the committee reports and debriefs that we're doing. These are all part of our subcommittee updates. So we'll be taking public comment on our subcommittee updates around 2:30. With that, let's break for lunch and see you all back at 1:15. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, our business meeting, and we're focusing on public input design. We're going to receive an update from the Public Input Design Subcommittee and have discussion around our public input process. So with that, we'll turn it over to Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Ahmed.
Okay, I'll go ahead if that's okay. Okay, thanks, Commissioner Ahmed. Let's see. With regard to the our public input meetings that we have coming up, so I guess they've been already fully booked. Almost immediately, we had 2 days. So that was the 17th through the 17th through the 20th, and so those booked up quickly. So the outreach staff opened up the 22nd and 23rd. I guess those are booked up now too. Are they fully booked up, Marcy? Okay. So we're getting you've heard the feedback. We've got a letter. You've heard the call-in feedback that we've gotten. Difficult for some folks to get on board an appointment, not knowing when we opened up the signups. And so there's been a suggestion that we maybe shorten the duration of input and therefore add more appointments. So when we initially proposed this, we had proposed 5 minutes for input for folks. The letter we got suggested we'd shorten that to 3. We may have got another feedback suggesting 3. There's another suggestion on the table, maybe 2 minutes for the appointments. And then, so that's one thing we need to talk about and figure out what we want to do. And since we voted to make it 5 minutes, if we're going to change it, we need to have a vote. And then the other thing is talk about when we want to take public comment, open it up to public comment. One option that's been discussed for at least the 17th through the 20th. The meetings on the 17th, 18th, and 19th are from 3 to 8. Then on the 20th is a Saturday, it's from 10 to 3. So one option discussed was hold public comment until the 20th, and then we can go longer with public comment. Or we could have public comment every day. We just have to figure out how we're going to manage that time-wise. And then on the ones on the 22nd and 23rd are currently scheduled at 9:30 to 2:30. I guess I have a question for Commissioner Fernandez. Were you thinking to change these meetings to later, or no? You were just thinking the line drawing meetings. Okay. So that's a lot to think about. So I just am curious as to what my colleagues think.
And we have a couple colleagues who want to chime in. So we'll start with Commissioner Akutagawa, then Fernandez, then Kennedy.
It's so weird having to unmute myself. I've been trained not to. I'm like, where's the button? I'll just weigh in on a few things. One is, I guess, a question for clarification, and I apologize if I missed this. One of the callers this morning said that those with appointments would be able to share maps. My understanding was that was not true. Okay.
So, I'm sorry. Thank you for that. Yeah, I want to make a clarification on that. Yeah, we decided when we designed this that the callers would not share. That we would do our best to have the line drawers have the map, the area that they're planning on talking about up for them to speak to, but not have them share their screens.
Okay, thank you. And that's helpful because then that was going to determine the amount of time. I would be comfortable with either 3 or 2 minutes. In terms of adding time, I mean, we could either extend the time so that then instead of 5 hours per day, we could go to even 6 or 7 hours, although that is quite long. The other option is, given what seems like the interest in a lot of people to give input, we may also have to consider, and I would be comfortable, although maybe Sunday we either take a break or we just use a shorter amount of time on Sunday, to allow public comment to take place. I think that also, I also want to just suggest in terms of the appointment times, I did hear what people were saying, perhaps to make it more equitable, we do make the announcement first, and then we give a time on the announcement when the appointment period will open up. So then that way it'll give time for everybody to scramble and then, get themselves ready to make an appointment. Otherwise, if it's open and then we say it's open, people already filled it up. So that may also alleviate, individuals not feeling like they had a fair chance to get it. The other suggestion that I would also make on this is open it up on a daily basis. Like, today we'll open it up maybe for Sunday. Tomorrow we'll open it up for Monday. So then that way, then you could gauge how much response you're getting, and you could control the flow a little bit better so that everything doesn't fill up all at once, and it does give a day to reset everybody, and they all have hopefully a more equitable chance of getting their inputs in. And let's remind everybody that via the email or any of the forms also work too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. I'm going to go to Chief Counsel Payne to see if he has any guidance on this process as well.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify some points. So to Commissioner Kutagawa's point, because we are within the 14-day window for what would be public input testimony, we aren't able to adjust the current begin and end time. That's for agendas that are already posted. So I just wanted to make that clarification, and we couldn't add a new day currently if we're within the 14-day window. So I just wanted to clarify that point. We do have some flexibility as the commission is deciding whether or not it's 5 minutes or 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Certainly the commission needs to take a public comment for each agenda item, and is currently posted. The agenda item for general public comment, I believe, is number 3, and I think Commissioner Fornashari is saying we might, with all the appointments, we would get to agenda item number 3 probably on the 20th. That's certainly an acceptable solution. Another option is you could provide additional public comment within the confines of what is the beginning and end time of each agendized schedule.
Thank you, Commissioner Chief Counsel Payne. Let's go to Commissioner Fernandez and then Kennedy.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm in favor of a shorter comment period or public input from 2 or 3 minutes is fine. And in terms of public comments, I would prefer to have it daily to try to accommodate those that maybe just are not able to do it on Saturday. So I'd prefer to do that. So because, and then what Commissioner Kutagawa talked about posting the time of once we open it, I would agree with that, but I would also like the notification to be sent out like in our distribution list to everyone before you actually start taking appointments. So those that aren't listening to our meetings and know the exact time, they get equal notice. So I think that's it, because we can't extend, I guess we can extend our time to go later. We just can't start our meetings earlier, is what I'm hearing from our Chief Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Kennedy, then Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, I do want to confirm with Chief Counsel Payne that Commissioner Fernandez's point is correct, that upon conclusion of business means that instead of ending at 8 p.m., for example, we could end at 9:30 p.m. Instead of ending on Saturday at 3 p.m., we could go to 5 or 6 p.m. Second of all, looking at the agenda for the meeting scheduled for the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, it occurs to me, could we announce a continuation of that agenda onto Sunday afternoon if we wanted to pick up some additional time there before we get to Monday and Tuesday. When we get to Tuesday, could we perhaps post a continuation to give us some time on Wednesday morning? I'm just looking at all of the options and want to make sure we are exploring all of our options to maximize the public's opportunity to provide input into the process. On the question of how many minutes, I'm okay with decreasing it to 3. I don't think I would be supportive at this point of decreasing it below 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Director Payne, would you like to respond?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So to Commissioner Kennedy's points, the first or upon conclusion of business is included because the commission may well end prior to and conclude their business prior to the agendized end time, or if they are running behind, of course, it permits them to go later beyond the end time. What we wouldn't be able to do is post a new end time based on changes the commission would like to make. Because there is a Bagley-Keene requirement of posting 14 days in advance. To Commissioner Kennedy's point of a continuation, of course, the point of a continuation is not necessarily an end run around the Bagley-Keene requirements. So we wouldn't want to try to say, oh, well, we'll just do a continuation. The point of a continuation really is if we have no reason to expect that we are going to run long, but just for whatever reason it ends up happening that we end up going slower or we end up needing more time and there's no way, and we're up against a hard stop and we have to continue what has not been concluded, we can post a continuation. But that's to be sort of used, I would say, sparingly, as opposed to a planning document, which if we need to post additional days, we could certainly do that. So adjournment or continuation or a postponement is being referred to is when we run out of time and we're not able to continue it. And we can certainly do that. The law allows for that. But the continuation isn't an available tool to be used far in advance to just say, well, we're going to add another day, but we'll be within the Bagley-Keene requirement time period. And this is the way to post additional meetings. That wouldn't be the appropriate use of a continuation. So thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Anderson, then Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you for that, Chief. I was going to call you Director, Chief Counsel Payne. I also agree with the 3-minute time limit, and that is what we had in COI input sessions, so I believe it makes sense. I also don't like going to 2 minutes. I think people need to be heard. And I believe Commissioner Fernandez said this, for public comment, I do believe we should be taking it every day because particularly the 17th, we're doing congressional, the 18th, we're doing assembly, the 19th, we're doing Senate, and people who are following one particular map and not the others should be able to give public comment on that day. And an idea which we went to, which I thought actually worked rather well, is we did open a public comment and then continued working. But this is a little different because it's public input and public comment. So, oh no, you already answered that one. Thank you very much.
So I do want to, we will have hard stops on November 17th, 18th at 10 p.m. So that's the latest we could go if we did choose to do that. But it would allow us to get through the people who are in queue and scheduled for the time. Well, let's see, who's next? Was it Commissioner Kutagawa? Oh, you're passing, okay. All right, so it sounds like there's consensus on 3 minutes. Is that correct? Just thumbs. Okay, so three minutes instead of the 5 minutes. And of course, we'll take a vote on all of this, but any other items that we need to take a vote on, Commissioner Fornashari?
So it seems to me the only thing we actually need to vote on, and Chief Counsel Payne, correct me if I'm wrong, is changing the time. The rest of it is, more direction to the chair for how the chair is going to run the meeting. And it sounds like the direction to the chair would be public comment every day. And then the other question I have is about so I guess we have to open. So Marcy, Director Kaplan. So we, 2 days from now, I guess, is the first meeting. So we need to get the appointments reopened based on this, whatever we vote on. But it sounds like 3 minutes is going to be the time, maybe. But so can you and Director Seha be prepared to blast out on all of our media channels, social network, everything, a hard time that we are going to open the signups again, and then manage it that way? Would that work?
Director Kaplan.
Yes, we can do that. But I know there was some discussion on like how we open them ongoing over the week. And I would recommend that we do it all at once, given that we're opening a lot more appointments and there's the meetings coming up on the 17th, 18th, 19th. But if you have a recommendation on how much lead time, we have staff that are prepared to update to be able to reopen appointments. So if you want to give us a sense of how much time you want to give the public in advance, then we can time that out. So we can send out a blast and then another once they're actually open again.
Director Kaplan, I did have a question for you about some of the community groups have been saying that there's some ambiguity on our website and in some of the flyers and such around the ways people can participate, how to participate, that sort of thing. Can you just I'd like to reduce any ambiguity that there is and create very clear guidelines that are across all of our communication channels, whether it's social media, flyers, on our website, et cetera. And I'm not, and especially as it relates back to, the newsletter and press releases and such. So do you have any suggestions on how to do that? And it might be helpful to have somebody who's not used to looking at our website take a look and see it from an outsider's perspective, because I think we get so familiar with where things are. We know where things are, and it's pretty clear to us. But if somebody not used to our process and our systems may not see it the same way, and it might seem a bit ambiguous.
I can work with Freddie again on this. I do want to highlight that we did extensively leading up to this work on updates to the participate page, the actual sign up page, where all the links for the appointment pages were listed to include the numerous ways to participate, as well as on the actual appointment form, including information on the how to sign up and other ways to participate if you don't get an appointment. I think we can, now that the commission is coming more to a consensus on opening public comment at the end of each day, providing additional information on those pages that should you not be able to secure an appointment, that there's an opportunity for public comment at the end of each day, and providing the call-in information for that when we have that available as well. But I think we can.
And I think we're doing I think staff is doing a great job. It's just sometimes the public is not as, this is maybe the first time they're coming to our website and looking at it, and it may not be. So we just have to try to make it as user friendly as possible and think about it from that perspective. And I know you are.
Yes, and I think also just to highlight the part of the original discussion where the commission approved a motion on the policies for the input meetings, which included the limitation of one speaker per day. So I think clarifying, however we can make that clearer, that that is the limitation that the commission approved.
Thank you, Director Kaplan. I believe Commissioner Furnishari had some clarification as well.
Let's let Commissioner Fernandez and Anderson go. And
Okay.
then
So Commissioner Fernandez and Anderson.
Thank you. I might have missed this, Director Kaplan, but we talked about moving from 5 to 3 minutes. Are you those that have already have appointments? We're going to notify them as well that they only have 3 minutes, because I don't want them showing up thinking that they've got 5 minutes and we tell them 3 minutes. So I would appreciate that. And then in terms of opening up the appointments, I would recommend that we just open them up now for all of the days. I think that should be less work on staff instead of having to, a tickler file to remind yourself to set it up. But my opinion would be open up all the days in case there's individuals that can only make certain days and they're trying to wait for that to open up. So thank you. That's just a recommendation. And thank you and all your staff for their work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Fernandez. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you actually for bringing up about the website. Because could you make sure that you look at the homepage? Because that's the first place people hit. And right now, if you look at there are 4 selections on the homepage and want to submit comment, they go, I want to submit comment. That is not the draft on comment on draft maps form. That's a more general comment. And so it's only if you hit participate do then you have the option of commenting on the draft maps. So we need to be clear on that. And there's a couple things so I really want you to look at it from the homepage, because people who aren't familiar with us at all, that's where they land. And they don't necessarily know to think, if I go over and hover on all these tabs, then I might be able to find it. So if we could do the comments, and then it's not obvious on that where on the homepage, how would you sign up to comment during this period? If we could.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Thank
Commissioner Lamont.
I have a clarity question. When people sign up, are they signing up for a particular time spot?
Director Kaplan.
So similar to how we were able to do this for the COI input meetings, people are signing up for a session of time. So right now they're set up as an 80-minute block, a 90-minute block, and a 45-minute block on the longer, on the 17th through 20th. There's this extra block of time that we included. And so they sign up for that time and they need to call back during that time frame. So if there's, we'll make sure that that's clear on the website as well.
So what I was kind of thinking about that, I know we're considering 3 minutes, and I'm wondering if just for the visibility of math reasons, you think if you already have 5 minutes, half of that's 2.5, you won't have as much variation in your slot shifting. So, we're able to actually double the amount of people essentially in the current time structure. So with that said, I'd like to recommend that we strongly consider 2.5 minutes versus 3.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask the question of I guess since we have a much more specific, end time, are we going to, for example, on the 17th, 18th, and 19th, are we going to announce that lines will close at 8 p.m. and then we'll continue to take any calls after that? Because I know that there has been some concerns raised about us opening up for public comment and then closing it 30 minutes later. And I don't think it applies here, but I wanted to just bring that question up.
Director Kaplan.
What? Sorry.
You have your hand up.
I'm happy to answer that, but that would be the lines would close at the scheduled end of the meeting time, but anyone in the queue would be able to stay in the queue to continue to provide input as we get to them, as was done in the COI input meetings as well. But we can make sure that's clear also on the website as well. That so right now it's listed when you look at the appointment signups, there's the blocks, and then there's the time where it public comment would start for each day. So we can make that clear in there that the queue would close at the schedule and put in the specific time of when the queue would close. I did want to also just address the note that Commissioner Anderson had highlighted about when you're on the homepage and you click on public comment. We did consolidate the public comment and the map feedback form so that you're actually clicking on what kind of input you're providing. So there's a drop down, and so the public would either click on general public comment or draft map feedback. So it is one form, but it changes depending on what you're selecting. But I'll connect with Freddie on there's a way to make that clearer as well.
Appreciate that, Director Kaplan. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, Commissioner, Director Kaplan, I noticed that on some of the comments, people refer to something about the map that they don't like, but it doesn't say what map they're referring to. Even some of them mention it, but some of them don't. I wonder if there could be a drop down that says, I'm commenting on a congressional, an assembly, a state senate, or all, or something like that, just so that I think they're assuming that we know what map they're commenting on, but I can try to guess by what I'm reading, and so that would be helpful. I also want to mention, I like what you're going to put, that lines will close at 2:30. Just for clarity, I'm thinking that it would also be helpful that anybody can get into the queue to give public comment, I'm assuming, at any time, but they have to be in by the line closing time. And that anybody who does not have an appointment, will just be taken as there is room. But given the overwhelming response, which is, I have to say, is super exciting that this many people want to comment, that's great. But I think we should indicate, I think we have to spell out all these things so that it's clear to everybody too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa. I did want to check in with Commissioner Kennedy, as if memory serves me, he had mentioned not wanting to go below 3 minutes. So just wanted to check in with Commissioner Kennedy and see what his thoughts are on going to 2.5 minutes.
I know that I didn't want to, and if we go back to Justin Levitt's comment about easy solutions sometimes being the best, Commissioner Lamonz's easy solution may in fact be the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. All right, and so we'll come back to this issue once we finish our conversation on our input process. And at this point, we're really thinking about the operational process from now until the operational process for our final maps, and developing an operational project plan for that to get us through to the final maps, as well as thinking through all of the obstacle barriers and giving guidance to the chair and to the rest of the commission on all of the issues that may arise as we get closer to final maps. And so I'm going to ask at this point. So first, I wanted to bring that up and talk about it, but also the potential of creating a subcommittee to develop that operational plan for the final maps. So let's start with Commissioner Kennedy and Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. At a very high level, on looking at the way forward, my suggestion would be that we look at lengthening the hours of all of these sessions. I understand there may be contractual issues involved, but my bottom line is we are here for the people of California. If the people of California, want and need more time to participate in this process, I would like to see us add time to meetings that are on the schedule to do our best to give them that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I think based off of what you just said, we do have a mapping playbook that was developed by a subcommittee. Perhaps we can take a look at that and use that as a starting point and make tweaks in terms of establishing a new subcommittee. I don't want to put this on them, but I will put this on them. We do have a mapping playbook subcommittee. So I would just want to gauge their interest in potentially leading the efforts to what you just described.
I believe that's Commissioner Yee. There we go.
So that would be Commissioner Turner and myself. Always happy to do anything that will help. Maybe you could say a little bit more about how you're envisioning that adaptation to happen.
Sure. So I'm actually thinking about, working through the operational issues and the project management of all of this. So, certainly the making decisions aspect, because I think the guide that was created is very helpful in that it helps us think through some of the decision-making processes, and that's one aspect of it. But the other aspect is the schedule and all of the operational. So more of a project management plan. So all the operational issues that are involved with putting these things together, as well as coordination with the line drawers, coordination with communications, right? Making sure that the appropriate communications are coming out at the right time. So we're thinking about all of the various roadblocks and barriers. So that they can reduce any hiccups, or at least think about them prior to when we're in line drawing mode. So with that, let's go to Commissioner Anderson, then Fornashari, then Fernandez.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I understand sort of decisions in the mapping playbook. Just the straight process and how we get there and logistics of it. I thought that would be a line drawing subcommittee issue, because we have been working with the line drawers and understand, how they flow and how things work, and what kind of communication they need, what types of this kind of file, it's got to go here and here and here, and I'm just thinking a couple of things, how much time frame they need ahead of time, when they can make decisions. We've been working extensively with them on that, and there are items that another subcommittee might go, well, we just need it the day before, and not understanding what that entails. So as far as kind of the roadmap, getting there, the process of that, I would think that'd be line drawing. Now, I don't mean the decisions of, how are we going to process, what the commissioners are talking about, and how we analyze, which one area versus another area, that sort of stuff. I understand that's more maybe a mapping playbook group. I'm not sure we need another subcommittee at this point.
Commissioner Fornashari. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, so I just want to share what I was thinking about and working on, kind of just off on my own, right? Not as part of a subcommittee. I was just, like I said, been a project manager for a long, long time, and thought about how I would schedule this and manage it in a way that we can bring it home effectively. And in kind of reflecting on the approach that we took last time, was a fine approach, but I think for me, there's some lessons learned in takeaways. You know, part of the takeaway is we want to have a strategy for mapping that doesn't put us in a bubble, right? So we don't wind up with any bubbles, so that we can effectively work through the mapping process in a way that we can keep the big picture in mind while we're looking at the details. The second part of it is all about interfaces. You know, the way we've laid out our process is focused on counties and regions, and the areas that, you know, it seems like that we are going to need to work the hardest are the interfaces, right? The interface between Orange County and San Diego, the interface between Orange County, LA, Riverside, and San Bernardino. I mean, so, you know, the way I was thinking about this schedule and this approach is a way to ensure that we have time to focus on those areas and those interfaces, and then moving out to the next areas and interfaces and manage those that process effectively. And in addition to you know, have clarity for everyone, as I said before, on where we're going and how we're getting there. So that was, you know, a small part of it that I was focused on. I think, though, in this conversation that we've had, right, it's a much bigger picture of a plan that, you know, you brought in a lot of different areas. Other commissioners have brought up components of a plan that needs to be put together, you know, to bring the entire process home. So I just want to share my thinking and you know, put that out there.
And I think my thinking was very much in alignment with your thinking, and it's the product management aspect to make sure that we're giving every so that we get through all of California and give appropriate time to all of California, while also highlighting those difficult decisions and creating the operational plan to make sure that we can get there. Commissioner Fernandez and Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't know about the subcommittee, only because our next business meeting's not till the 29th. And that's when we're going to have this discussion of what changes we want to see. So it almost feels like it's too late at that point. So I'm not sure why we can't try to figure it out now. Because I'm still trying to figure out what we're going to do the 30th, the 1st, and the 2nd. If the 29th, we're talking about what we want to see, because that's not going to give line drawers time to really go back and make changes quickly enough for us. But I also, and I hear what Commissioner Fernandez is saying, I hear what Commissioner Kennedy is saying, but I also go back to our meeting last week. It was last week, yeah. And I believe it was Commissioner Sadwani. She brought up, you know, we really need to go through LA. It's going to be a couple of days at least. I like that. I like knowing on these 2 days, we're going to talk about LA. And that's kind of, and I think for me specifically, that gives me a better idea of how to prepare for that day versus we might get to Southern California, or we might get to Northern California. I would prefer to have a plan where we're actually talking about specific areas. And even if it was Los Angeles, and we're going to look at the Assembly, the Senate, and the Congressional, I mean, do it all at once, because they kind of impact each other, kind of. So that's kind of how I was thinking of, I'd like to have a plan, and I'd like to have it be a more specific plan so that all of us can really plan and be ready for the discussion that day instead of trying to figure out if it's going to change on us. So that was it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. And I think, and we do have an hour, but it's just 1 hour to work through so many of these issues. And so that's one of the reasons why, you know, and we can probably tackle some of these issues to get a framework for a framework, but we may have to have a group working outside of this meeting to finalize some of these things and coordinate with staff and coordinate with the rest of us and bring something back to us, either through staff or through public meeting on the 29th. Commissioner Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. I think at this point, one of the things that would be most helpful for me, and I hope it would be helpful to other colleagues, is if the mappers were able to give us a color-coded map. I may have mentioned this last week, but if we had a map, one map for each plan showing deviations and just have the color gradient, from dark red to pink to white to light green to dark green, if we could see, in one picture where we have, more population than we need and where we have less population than we need. And if we see that we have, lots of green in one area and lots of red far away, we know we've got a lot more work to do than if we've got lighter colors or if the reds and the greens are more mixed in with each other. And I think it's going to be very helpful for determining the approach that we take to this. We've got the information in a table format, but frankly, it doesn't have the same impact as if you put it in a color-coded map form. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll ask the line drawing committee to explore the possibilities for that. Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sadwani, you have your hand raised.
Yes, and certainly I noted the idea of the color-coded map, and we can raise that. I just wanted to add to this conversation. I agree. I think I'm pro process. In fact, sometimes I have a hard time when we go off process. We have a lot of days on our calendar, and it's not clear to me at this point what we're using them for. So, Commissioner Fernandez had mentioned, yes, I made a comment, we need at least 2 full days just to work out Los Angeles because it's so complex. And the minute we start changing in one area, it has a ripple effect throughout the whole county and possibly throughout the whole state. So I do stand by that. I think it is what we need. I don't remember who had said it, but I know when I said it, someone responded, well, we don't have time for that. And I thought, well, we need to make the time. And I think even, and that's not just for Los Angeles, it's for all different parts of the state. Even when it comes to Los Angeles, I think that we need to think about LA not simply as one county. There are 10 million people plus living in Los Angeles. The map is extraordinarily complex. And as we think about it, to me, what I see is this like Eastern Los Angeles County, Southern Los Angeles County, Western, Northern Los Angeles County. And as we think about those different regions, it has ripple effects into other neighboring counties. I think one of the things that has happened is largely because we were coming out of the outreach zone structure. We're coming out of a structure in which the mappers had regional areas. We've been kind of boxed into that thinking. And this is particularly true for me in any case around the LA Orange County border. I feel like we have a lot of work to do there. And as we work up from San Diego, we run into Orange County, obviously. And as we work down from Los Angeles, we run into Orange County. So I think as we think about the project management perspective of how to plan out this next phase, I do think it requires some changes in our thinking about the map and how we approach it. Because I'm nervous that we're maybe a little boxed into our approach to the different regions. And I do think that that's going to need to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. And I am, I do want to make sure that I'm sure we all do. We all want to make sure that every part of the state gets adequate time. And that includes Los Angeles, San Diego, the Southern California, Central Valley, and every other place in California. So making sure that, which is why we need this thinking about our process so that we can ensure that some areas that all areas get the time that they need to be drawn as well as we possibly can. Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yeah, I've been thinking about something similar too, and I'm wondering, I was thinking that from a process perspective, I know that with the line drawers, we've oftentimes started in the Central Valley because of the VRA. However, I think given the complexity of Los Angeles, and actually because of that, the complexity that it then causes throughout all of Southern California, I would like for us to consider starting with Southern California and specifically Los Angeles, but also looking at the region in its entirety. I think in some ways I realize that us thinking about LA and each county separately, it has created some kind of perhaps mental blocks of we cannot cross county lines. And we've certainly gotten lots of feedback on that. But I think, and actually, you know, I'm thinking also about Long Beach, and I think they're going to hate me for this, but I think Long Beach is the second largest city in Southern California. I think, you know, look at LA. We're breaking up LA. There's just no way possible that we could keep LA whole if someone said, you know, keep LA whole. We might just need to also really think carefully about parts of Long Beach too. I mean, certainly there seemed to be some comfort in breaking up North Long Beach from the rest of Long Beach, but I think we may need to really rethink the entire region, not just LA County, and then move northward from there, because I think the complexities of, as Commissioner Fornachari had also said, you know, the San Bernardino, Riverside, Orange County, LA, there's that kind of confluence of all those places coming together, as well as LA, Orange County, San Diego, Imperial Valley, and then of course to the north between LA and Kern County, and also Inyo to a degree. I think those add a lot of complexity, but I think we need to really unknot LA first before we start working on everywhere else, because of these ripple effects that we're looking at. So I want to just propose that as, you know, for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. So we do have an hour to think through some of these issues, and I don't think we're going to be able to work through all of the process. And then I've been surprised before, but I don't think we're going to be able to work through all of the process. I think we can create some kind of skeletal process for a committee to work through, or a group of us to work through. Of course, we are limited in terms of how many commissioners can work on this sort of thing outside of meetings. So that's my thinking at this point. And I'll continue with Commissioner Anderson, Sinai, and then we'll come back to that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, the meetings ahead we have. Basically, our next meeting, we have input. Then we hit the 29th. And the 29th is a business meeting where we're really planning on going over input. You know, who's hearing what's going on. That's a good time to then basically, you know, if we put this to the subcommittee, then that comes back there and sort of finalizes things. Now, what we have after that, we have the 30th, 1st, and 2nd are supposedly visualization time. Then we have 6, 7, 8, another visualization time. Then we have a meeting on the 11th, and then we go 12th on through for live line drawing. What I see is happening, and I think this makes a lot of sense based on what everyone's saying, is we go with sort of a hybrid visualization live line drawing on our 30th 1-2 and 6, 7, 8. And the 30th 1-2, I would say we look at not just Los Angeles, but Southern California. Los Angeles, San Diego, Riverside, you know, parts of Ventura, and really look at that whole piece. And because because they are totally intertwined, and spend those 3 days. And then we'll have kind of what we're thinking there. Then 6, 7, 8, you do the rest of the state. And, you know, anchoring, we know where the VRA areas are. The Bay Area, Sacramento are the huge other anchors. And we haven't worked on those as one piece. And so that would give us another 3 days, and kind of a hybrid in that we'd like to see this, you know, do some of that. Then that'll put us in a very good shape with those plans, because we will have already known how it shifts and how it works at either end of that. Can Ventura, does it need to come all further up the coast? Can it go into LA? Can it, what are we holding a hard line at Antelope or Inyo? How does that work together? And then we can work from the 12th on in, and I think we'll have a really good plan. So I would propose that. And I also sort of think in terms of working out the logistics of that, that just smacks of line drawing to me, line drawing subcommittee. But that's because that's what I think about line drawing, given my background. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner was it a Kutagawa? No, Sanai, I believe you had your hand raised. Oh, no, not anymore. Okay. All right, Commissioner Kaplan or Director Kaplan.
Just throwing this in there, if there's someone coming back with more of that plan, I think it's also helpful to include how does the public participate in that schedule as well. And so as early as we can, outlining some of that, I think will be very helpful for the outreach and comms team and the public.
Thank you. So we still have some time to talk through some of these issues. I'm not sure, Commissioner Fernandez, you raised the issue of wanting to work through some of these issues now in terms of what the schedule might look like post the 29th. Do you have any suggestions on how it might look or guidance on how that might look?
Well, just by what Commissioner Anderson said, if we are going to do Southern California the 30th through the 2nd, it just gives me an opportunity to really concentrate on those areas. So if I knew ahead of time, I didn't want to wait until the 29th to know what we're going to do on the 30th, the 1st, and the 2nd. And personally, in terms of what's been more helpful to me has been the live line drawing, not necessarily the visualizations, because we give direction to the line drawers, which are wonderful line drawers, but then we don't see that until the next week. So I feel like there's lost time. I would prefer to do more live line drawing than visualizations. But as long as I know like a week ahead, like what's our actual hopefully plans for that week or the next set of meetings, that's helpful in terms of me being able to really structure my focus.
Yeah, and I hear that, and I think that's really important too. I think we need that, given the tight timeline. So if there was a way to get this information from a group ahead of time, hopefully sooner rather than later, through staff, so that we can ensure that we all have the information we need to do this work. Let's see, Marcy, Director Kaplan, and then Commissioner Fornashari, Commissioner Sadwani, and then Commissioner Sanai.
Sorry, I just didn't lower my hand from earlier.
Oh, okay. So we'll go to Commissioner Fornashari.
Yeah, I want to kind of echo Commissioner Fernandez's comment. I think the live line drawing is much more valuable. I think that we have 2 weeks to sit with our maps, to think about our maps, to think about how we want them to change, to play with QGIS if we so choose, to play with it, with a pencil and paper, if we so choose. But I think we should. I would like to see us, come in on the 30th, I guess, and hit the ground running with live line drawing. So I'll just share my thinking with you all about what I was thinking about is starting in the southeastern corner of the state and migrating towards LA and the interface between Orange County, LA, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. Get that worked out. Go west into Western LA, Northern LA, and then the interface is there, and then move on up from there. We have another interface up in kind of between the Bay Area, Sacramento there that we've got to figure out how to work through. But that's my thinking, and I also was thinking that we would do, go through the assembly maps, then the congressional maps and the Senate maps, or whatever order. But I thought it was most effective to start with assembly maps, since they're more complex, that we learn a lot more detail about the different areas, and then we go to the next step. If we have good assembly maps in place, then that will help drive our Senate maps certainly and make that a little easier. I think, for me, just kind of penciling out the schedule, I think we had to fill out the calendar from here from the 29th on to the end of the year with meetings.
Yes.
Just so we have the time, because I think that, there was a, if we take the time that we think we need to take, to get Southern California right and the whole state right. I mean, it's probably 6 days for assembly, something like that. And then, probably that much for Congress and maybe not that much for Senate, but, somebody mentioned, and I think it's important that we allow time to stew on those maps and then a little bit of time to come back and revisit. And if we don't add, I think if we don't add days, we won't have time to revisit.
Thank you, Commissioner Fornashari. Commissioner Sadwani.
I just wanted to provide a couple of thoughts on some of the other comments that have come out. In terms of the live line drawing, I agree. And I said this earlier, I think we struggled in the visualizations with what we had been referring to as decision points, in which we didn't agree on the direction that was being given by various commissioners, and yet some of those would be reflected in the next visualization and some would not. So for me, I find that problematic. I think the live line drawing offers a better option in that regard. That being said, I think technically it is harder on the line drawers to do the live line drawing. I wanted to uplift a couple comments that were made earlier today. I think it was Commissioner Yee who had mentioned, actually it's sometimes very helpful when we can give the direction and the line drawers can help provide a couple little options, like maybe you could go here, maybe you could go there. Think about these potential blocks. So as we're thinking about planning this next section of line drawing, this last part of this marathon, I think it would be helpful to build into our days opportunities where we're giving direction in an area. I'm thinking, for example, the San Gabriel Valley, right? I know we have work to do there. We can provide our suggestions and then maybe break for a while the line drawers can have some time to work on it and show us what they come up with, right? So I think having the flexibility of that schedule would be really a process, a clear and communicated process, but also having some flexibility. We did that once or twice last week, and I think it actually worked very well, because then the line drawers could come back and say, you asked us to do this, here's what we came up with, what do you think about it? So I think building in some extra time as we're going through, because the live line drawing does have certain challenges, especially I think when it comes to Los Angeles, which is largely why, I think the basic architecture of LA was okay. But, to me, why it didn't make sense to go into the live line drawing of Los Angeles, because it would just set off so many ripple effects. And I see Karen is here, so maybe she has thoughts in particular on how to handle that. Oh, and before while I still have the floor, the other comment I wanted to make was, Commissioner Fornashari, you mentioned assembly. I completely agree with that. I think we can work out so many more of the community of interest testimony issues on assembly. And I still believe that we can use nesting more to our advantage in the Senate maps. I do feel like there's a little bit of a missed opportunity and almost like we're making a little bit more work for ourselves. I understand the VRA districts need to undergo their own analysis. But there's other places where I think we could be nesting some of these districts and possibly having districts that make a little bit more sense as we put them together.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I did just wanted to go back to the point of the VRA districts are the foundation of our maps in California, because they represent such a large proportion of the districts in California. And so as we think through these issues, we do need to ensure that we are addressing those districts, whether it's first or generally I would think first, right? Because if we're going to make changes to those districts in the assembly or the state senate or the state congressional district, they're going to have ripples across the whole state. And I think I would hope that we ask the public to give us input on those districts. I would hope that I believe that they will. I think that, and that may color some of our direction in this work as well. So just something to think through as we're thinking through our schedule is how do we make sure that we are so the foundation is strong so that the rest of our house is not going to fall apart halfway through line drawing, right? And so that's just something to think through. Commissioner Kutagawa, then Anderson, Sinai, and Fornashari.
Yeah, I first want to respond to what Commissioner Fornashari was talking about, starting in the southeastern corner of I believe it was San Diego or Imperial Valley. I would actually encourage us to think about starting with LA, because I think LA is going to have the greatest ripple effects. And I think we've pushed off a further conversation about parts of LA because we knew that it was going to be much more complicated. But I would be concerned about pushing it off more. I think once we have LA set more comfortably, I think then we'll know where we're going to have, where we're going to be able to have room for play in other areas, and what understanding better than the choices that we'll have to make both in the other areas, but also going back to LA possibly and perhaps reworking it. I guess, Karin, I don't know if this is a question that you can answer. And I think I do apologize. I think I just continue to be a little bit confused on this part in terms of the VRA district. Are the VRA districts identified by city, or is it by census blocks, or is it just a general region? If I should know this, I clearly don't, because I'm asking the question, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding just the structure a little bit more effectively than perhaps I do now. Thank you.
Would you like me, Chair? Would you like me to?
Yeah. If you're comfortable doing that, then yes. If not, we can wait for VRA Council.
That might be nice. I can say a couple of things if you wish.
Sure.
Which is basically that they're entire districts. It's not like you have a census block that's a VRA block, VRA district block, or a city. And in this particular context, it would not be the city that is necessarily considered to be like a VRA city or so. Basically, the assessment is made by region and then by VRA council, because whether or not something is, section 2 or a VRA district, that is actually a legal analysis. So that's why we've been working with council, and in some areas there is literally very, very little flexibility on how to comply. Sometimes really very, very, very little. And in other areas, there's a little bit more flexibility. So that's why it's sometimes even that question about what do you color in yellow? We've been doing the yellow districts coloring there, so that it's a little bit easier for everybody to look at it and see, why these particular visualizations of districts are different from others. I think those are really good little notes, like quick notes for us, but they're not necessarily all encompassing, because oftentimes we're talking about a region or an area and not necessarily just about that particular visualization of a district. You may have a little bit of flexibility to draw that district a little differently in some areas. I don't know if that answers your question. Anything that is more legal than that most certainly should not be coming from me.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, that was very helpful, Karin. Thank you. I have just a couple things. I do think on, when I said hybrid, I wasn't kind of talking like that. With live line drawing, but a little bit of, could you please kind of, this is what we want to do. Could you kind of work with it a little bit? That sort of thing, a little bit of a combo. I also like the couple of days in between, just so then everyone, the public and the commissioners, can get their head around the next sort of area for that 31-2 and then 6-7-8. I also want to say, we should start with the assembly districts. Then, and this is for at the end, we should jump to Senate districts because we need to do the Senate districts a day before we finish everything for the report. We have to do the splits and that sort of thing. That takes a full day for line drawers. And then congressional districts is what I would recommend with those. And I would also, I understand Commissioner Fornchari says, which I completely understand, like the Board of Equalization, start in that corner because you go up, you don't want to leave any gaps or bubbles. But I would actually start for this, I would start in the VRA areas of LA because those are areas and we have districts drawn in them, but I know that they're communities of interest that it needs to be shifted. And I think we should attempt to, as we round those edges and shift a bit of that, can we still create VRA districts? Because I know that's part of the sort of reconstruction area that they're talking with all of LA. And yes, it will have ripple effects, but we have some play in that all of LA as it hits, because there's LA, Orange, San Diego. It's, we've seen it shift back and forth. So I would really kind of recommend that. The other item I would really like to do, because I kind of like Commissioner Sadwani's idea of, we could nest a bit more. I would like to make sure that all of our assembly districts are less than a plus or minus of 2.5%, because that way our Senate districts will work. There are some areas where we can't do that. I completely understand that, for the assembly district, just because of population, we just can't get there. But I would like us to consider that. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Sinai?
I wanted to channel Commissioner Turner because I completely agree what she's been saying to us since we were doing the line drawing, that going straight into live line drawing or even visualizations or whatever does not make sense without first taking, I would say, up to 2 days, maybe even 3, talking about the community of interest input we have without looking at maps and just talking about it and really figuring out how collectively are we hearing this? And then that was going to inform how we move forward on the map. But if we keep moving forward on the maps based on the bits and pieces that we've been hearing or reading or our own interpretation, I feel like we're going to keep going in circles, and that it's better just to stop and look at the data. And then from there, create the plan on how to move forward. That, just that. And Commissioner Turner, my understanding was that she had already, that was agendized for right after this piece, but I don't want to lose it. And I don't know if 1 day is enough. But just really getting some collective understanding of what we're hearing, which ones of the communities of interest, are we going to hear or not hear? Oh, well, we're going to hear all of them, but which ones are, when they're competing, where to go? Because it was tough last week when you're trying to figure things out and someone's like, oh, and then there's one community of interest that's saying this. And it's like, well, is it only one? Is it 2? Where did that information come in? So I would like us to really understand the 18,000 pieces of information we've received before we even start moving any line.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fornashari?
Definitely agree with that. I think we need to take the time to do that. I wasn't suggesting we bypass that. So just to be clear, just kind of dawned on me. my suggestion of just going every day from now to the end of the year might not just kill us, but kill our line drawing team. And I don't want to do that. So maybe that's not the best idea I've ever had. I really want to make sure the line drawing team is with us all the way.
Well, and we need to finish the job we started, right? So we need to make sure that we have enough time, that we all get enough rest to be able to get the work done, and that we're all able to make sure that we finish and give every part of the state appropriate time and are able to achieve the goal. Commissioner Fernandez?
Just very quick, based on what Commissioner Fernashari said, I would recommend that we agendize for every single day, and some of them will be TBDs in case we need them, just so that we have them. But yes, we need all of us need to have a little bit of time to recharge. And then again, on the 29th, we're going to talk about what we've heard, and that means from the start of the first community of input that we received. So it's so easy to just get focused on what we're hearing now, but we've heard from many prior to our visualization. So just a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. And Commissioner Lamont.
Two things. One is going to the point that Commissioner Sanaya just made a moment ago. Is there a mechanism in place to take the draft maps that exist, like this is what we voted on unanimously based upon where we are in the process, right? And then compare and contrast that to the totality of the community of interest input. So we then see gaps, we see contradictions, we see those things like that data. Can our data team, that they have the capacity to pull that kind of reporting together? So when we come together in those information meetings leading up to the next step, whether it be visualization or hybrid or whatever it's going to ultimately be, we're starting from someplace. I guess sort of what I'm hearing that makes me a little nervous is it feels like some commissioners are talking about this from the context of like everything is on the table. We left some areas we knew was going to need a lot of work. And the moment you start talking about a lot of work and a lot of changes, you're talking about a lot of ripples. So while they're not saying everything's up for grabs, some of the other things that are being said are sort of hinting toward what the outcome will be if we go down a particular path in a particular way. Not that we shouldn't offer high levels of scrutiny and all of those things, but this can't be like a start from scratch mentality, loosely, accidentally. I know nobody feels that way intentionally, but I think some of these threads, if we pull them, that's what it'll end up being. So that's one thought. If that kind of compare and contrast, if we're stepping back ourselves and scrutinizing the maps, the draft maps that we unanimously approved to where we feel they are, where new direction may be necessary, number one. The second thing is, I was hoping we could explore just a little bit more Commissioner Salwani's idea of this hybrid, because I happen to also agree that the live line drawing seems more effective ultimately, particularly for warding off this idea of visualization direction, which I think just by virtue of the process allows for contradictory direction to sneak in. Not that it's intended to be that way, it's just based on how that process kind of works. And then you get it back. So I think you were hinting at some kind of hybrid where it's almost like line drawing with a breather. So a live line drawing with the breather, where some direction is given, lines are drawn in a space where we're working on something else maybe or whatever, and then the line drawers come back with that, where that can be evaluated both from was what we asked for captured, B, what are the implications of what we asked for? Because those implications are the key. That's what slows us down. It's the impact that we wait 24 hours for whatever period of time, and then we run out of time. So I'd love to figure out if we could maybe I missed it, the clarity around what Commissioner Satwani was suggesting, and maybe Ms. McDonald can chime in on from a process standpoint of ways to help us be effective and efficient simultaneously with the amount of time that we have. Those are some thoughts as I was listening to fellow commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Let's start with Commissioner Sadwani. Do you have a response? And if not, we'll go to Ms. McDonald.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly, Commissioner Lamont, what I was suggesting. If feasible with the line drawers, you know, I just think like over the course of doing the visualizations, there were times when direction was given. I know for myself, I said, I disagree with this, and yet it made it to the maps. And then when we're in live line drawing, we're still trying to work through that. So I think the live line drawing creates an opportunity for us in which we all kind of come to a consensus. I mean, I think Trina last week was like, are we all good with this, right? And everyone kind of gave that head nod. Whereas when we were doing the visualizations, we didn't operate that way. Maybe there's some alternative to that, but it doesn't feel like it. And so I think, to me, exactly as you said, Commissioner Lamont, the live line drawing to me is, from a process standpoint, moving us closer towards where we collectively want to go. And absolutely, the thought was, let's be in the live session. We'll have the maps up. We give the direction that we'd like to see. And the minute the mapper says, hey, I'm going to need a moment to continue working on this, we can go to a break or be working on another section. Or it's an opportunity for us as commissioners also to be reading public comment, because it's coming fast and furious as well. And then come back and say, okay, this is what we were able to change. This is the effects that it's having, right? Now let's think about where the next ripple might be. Is this actually what you wanted? So I think absolutely, Antonio, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Thank you, Commissioner Sadwani. I'll go to Ms. McDonald if she has any feedback on suggestions, process, on how we could do this more efficiently, effectively. From the line drawer, or at least collaboratively with a little bit more coordinated with the line drawers.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me back, and apologize that I actually thought we were done with this topic and I hopped on another meeting, so I missed most of this conversation. So apologies in advance. Please stop me if I'm talking about something that you have already decided and put aside. So based on what I heard, just a few, just a little bit of input. Last week, you decided not to do too much to Los Angeles, and I think part of that was, of course, a recognition that touching anything in certain areas of Los Angeles would literally probably change our anticipated finalizing of the draft maps date. It would not have been the 10th. It would have probably been some other date before the 15th, just because it takes so long to redraw Los Angeles that, and you know, there's quite a bit of input that's required by VRA Council and so forth. Just to give you an idea, from one set of visualizations to going into live line drawing, Jamie at some point worked over 160 hours over a period of 2 weeks just on Los Angeles, just on configuring and making these districts go a different way. When you had decided you didn't want to go, for example, north-south, you wanted to go east-west, just to give you an idea. So I think that there are some areas that lend themselves perfectly, even at this point, to live line drawing, whereas there are other areas where you may perhaps need to come to some decisions about what you want to see, because I think all of you have seen a lot about, for example, what can be done in Los Angeles and what the possibilities are, because you've been presented with a lot of different approaches to Los Angeles, and you have a really firm handle, I think, on live line drawing now also, so you know how long it takes. and what ripples, what a ripple is and how long it can take to ripple and what that all means in the context of a voting rights scenario. So I think everybody has I think we've all kind of come together about what it takes to redraw something. So from our perspective, I think it would be fantastic if you could perhaps come to a little bit more of a resolution about what you would like to see in Los Angeles, and then perhaps send Jamie back with some more specific instructions about, just again, changing the architecture if that is necessary in one or more of the plans, and then come back with something that may not be perfect, but that you can then work off of. Because at that point you are at a spot where live line drawing really is very applicable, and you can put, you can figure things out a little bit more on the margins, I'd say, because some of that big heavy lifting you've already given instructions on, and we were able to figure that out for you. Similarly, going from 1% deviations in Congress to just a handful of people, that's going to take some time. So as I jumped in, I heard Commissioner Anderson talk about this, and thank you so much, Commissioner Anderson, about that. I think maybe bookending Congress might work in terms of the overall flow, to perhaps say, again, you could, if you wanted to, give some overall instructions about how to equalize the populations a little bit more, so that we can do a little bit more of the painstaking work of trying to get these deviations down once you're relatively speaking set with what you would like to see. And then we come back and we say, okay, here are the options. And then we narrow it down together with you giving individual directions on the respective blocks and on the splits and where should the split be and so far and so forth, to then finalize the congressional map. So we could do that, for example, at the tail end of the process. So essentially kind of start maybe with Congress and then end with Congress on some level. So some work could be done. Regarding giving instructions, and then for us to create what we called visualizations, or versions of what you'd like to see. We do always need some time to do that work, obviously. As you know, the PDFing takes quite a bit of time. If we wanted to cut down on that, and I'm just going to throw this out, and this may not work, so it's just an idea. We have this fabulous district viewer. Putting versions of the maps into the district viewer and not necessarily PDFing every night, or with each round, that might be really helpful. Even off of the district viewer, you could do screen prints, for example. You could just zoom into a district and just print something if you need to see it, or if you wanted to see it. We could, of course, put out spreadsheets of the CVAP and whatnot else with the district viewer maps. But the PDFing and the formatting and all of that, it really does take quite a bit of time, and it sucks basically a couple of days out of our schedule, because you also want to have them posted 24 hours minimally in advance. And I understand that even 24 hours is not a lot of time to review something. So these are a couple of things that kind of come to mind from my perspective. I think hybrid, some sort of a hybrid, I think that would work. I think we all know that the last week or so, we're definitely all going to be all live. But maybe after you've discussed everything that you would like to do, if there is a possibility to just offload some of the very big architectural changes that perhaps are still necessary, and let us work those out in the back, and then come back once you've made a decision, that might work for us also. And that might actually save a little bit of time. So that's off the top of my head. Thank you.
Well, that's excellent. That's good feedback. So I wanted to go back to the first point that Commissioner Lamons made about structuring the conversations about the regions for the 29th. And I believe the suggestion was to take the draft maps and and to identify those areas of the state where there is conflict with regards to communities of interest or other types of issues, where there's competing communities of interest, for lack of a better word, or conflicts. And so I was wondering, I think that might help us to not restart from scratch, but rather to focus the conversation on those areas where we have the most conflict, or for lack of a better word. And I was wondering if the data management committee might, or if the data management committee, if they could take the lead on working with staff to develop the analysis on those areas over the next from now to the 29th. Is that something that's doable, or just asking Commissioner Ahmed and Commissioner Turner? I know Commissioner Turner's back as well. If that's something that you guys can take the lead on, I know staff will support as much as they're able to as well too. Yes, or I mean, we can ask other commissioners as well. So I just want to get your thoughts. Commissioner Ahmed?
Thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to help with that if once I get clear direction from the Commission on what you would like the end product to look like. I'm more than happy to work with whoever I need to work with to get that to you all.
Mm-hmm. And I think it would be up to us to give you clear direction on what that would look like. Commissioner Sanaya and then Commissioner Anderson. And we do have a break at 2:45, and after that, we need to take a vote on the changes to our line drawing process, and then public comment.
I appreciate Commissioner Ahmad saying that she'll take this on. My concern is that I guess I'm having a hard time part of it is that we're 14 people who will, when we read the data, will see different things. And when you have two people or even two people in staff who review it and analyze it, you're using their lens versus all 14 lenses. And that's, I think that's where the uniqueness comes in of having 14 of us. And so I guess that would come in with the conversations, but I would have a hard time letting go of my habit of reading as many of the new COIs that came in as possible and taking notes.
Absolutely, we want you to review. We want all commissioners to keep reviewing the input that we're receiving. This is more of a starting point for a conversation. It wouldn't be, it's the analysis of the conflicts, but certainly we're all going to be able to contribute to that analysis and talk through it and add additional information to it. It's just to start the conversation.
It's just to be clear, I don't think LA was the only area that we said, okay, we'll leave it as is for now and we're going to move forward. There were other areas, and it may or may not come up in the communities of interest, but some of it is coming up, but there's definitely things. So I don't want us to I'm afraid, okay, I will say what my fear is, I guess, is that people will be able to we're saying that LA has work to be done, and then we're giving a team of 2 to come back to us to say where there is still work that needs to be done, when there's other areas that need to be that we worked on very superficially to a certain extent. I don't feel that the maps for all of Southern California are very good right now. I think we were pushed a lot of times. We were rushed because we had to get to other areas, but I think we spent a lot more time in the far north and in Northern California than what we need in Southern California. And so I'm hesitant to say, let's step back versus giving us all an opportunity to spend these 2 weeks of public input, reviewing the communities of interest, reviewing our notes, and coming back on the 29th and maybe even the next day, talking about where we're seeing those places and all of us having an opportunity to go back and forth a little before we move a line.
Thank you, Commissioners Nye, for those comments. Commissioner Ahmed, and then Commissioner Turner. And
Thank you, Chair.
And Jane as well, sorry. Commissioner Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond really quickly. First, I would really appreciate the use of I statements because I get really confused when it's stated as we when that doesn't necessarily reflect where my positioning is at the moment. Commissioner Sinai, your points are well taken. However, I didn't get from this conversation that this meant that other commissioners cannot look at the community of interest input or any of the other data that has come in. From what I understood, just surface level, was this was a high level overview of what we have received. Certainly, it is the expectation of myself that everyone is looking through the input that we receive and bringing that forward to our deliberations for discussion. But by no means did I think that myself and Commissioner Turner were being tasked to take this responsibility and no one else would be involved. So I just wanted to make that clear from my own understanding.
Thank you. That was my understanding as well. And my understanding would be that we'd be looking at all the state, not just Los Angeles. We'd be looking at all of the district maps, all of the areas. And with that, we do need to take a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes and we'll start back with Commissioner Turner, then Anderson, then Fernandez. Thank you. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. We are talking about the public input sessions and thinking through some of the process for that. And Commissioner Turner was next in terms of comment. Then we'll go to Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just wanted to weigh on the conversation in agreement already with my subcommittee chair, Commissioner Ahmad shared. And definitely, I think this is the point, because I think you indicated, Chair Toledo, that this commission would be creating kind of the guidelines and the direction. I took the direction as just being able to lift up areas where we felt that there was perhaps some more work that's needed, and then utilizing the data to be able to see where there was conflicting testimony, to be able to lift that. And I think commissioners for sure have an opportunity even now to state if there's an area that they wanted to call to our attention. So it's not just leaving it to us to assume. I did think that we spent a substantial amount of time in Southern California in addition to Northern California. But if indeed there is more time that's needed, then we need to at least flag that for the data analysts to be able to say this, not just Southern California as a whole or Northern as a whole. Here's an area that we continue to receive public testimony about, or there's concerns about. Can you check this area out for us? Now we want to call a set area right now, but can you check this out for us? And then let us know where there's conflicting testimony. And I think that would just serve as a good discussion point for our conversation on the 29th.
Yes, no, I think this would serve as a starting point, right? I think certainly any one of us can send information to the committee if they're so willing to take on this task, and hopefully the committee, in addition to gathering this information, can think through developing a structure to have a meaningful conversation around all of these areas around the state, because we do want to have that. With that in mind, I did want to raise one of the things that public comment has brought up is ensuring that all commissioners are being heard. And I think in Southern California it was easier because we're all in person, so it was easier for us to be involved, or most of us were in person rather, and engaged. And when we're doing hybrid, when some of us are online and some of us are in person, it might be a little bit more difficult. And so just thinking through to ensure that all commissioners are able to participate. And I believe I've not heard any problems with meaningful participation. And so just want to make sure that we have that in the back of our mind as we're thinking through decision making and also just participation at the meetings. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm so glad when we go over these things. No, that wasn't what I didn't hear, that the data management committee was going to be looking at COI and just pulling out areas that they thought had conflicts. I thought it was you're looking at working with the mapper team, not our line drawers. The data map who've been putting the visualization map together and applying the COIs in mass to the state. That's what I thought it was. So it's very obvious where things are. And so it isn't like, we're just looking at particular areas, because I think we could miss it that way. I would prefer it that way. However, two things. One, I believe we all know, we've been looking at a COI and it says one thing and the map is another. They don't match. And there are areas where it's very specifically, they're saying something about this one area. And like sometimes it's just been incorrectly, it's like a different county. But sometimes it is the area, but their map is not what they're saying. And so to just look at a map could be a little deceiving. And then the other thing, and I know that there are different softwares that are being used, because I understand Maptitude, which the line drawers are using, has all kinds of bells and whistles. But when you want to put every single COI layer on, it's a problem. And I know that what's happening with our data management group, they're using different software, so they might be able to do this. But I'm kind of a little bit with Commissioner Sinai. I didn't realize that only certain portions will be lifted about the state, and then if we don't say anything in there. So can we sort of clarify that, please?
Yeah, so I believe what the point that Commissioner Lamons made, and that I agree with, is really looking at the whole state. And in terms of the draft maps, we have draft maps looking at the whole state, saying where the communities of interest testimony conflicts, and they might be, and there's conflicts all over the state of California in terms of COI, but identifying the ones with the largest conflict, right? The key areas, but not limiting themselves to that as well. And I hope I captured what Commissioner Lamons stated correctly. it sounded like a good starting place for a conversation around community of interest and the areas that have the biggest conflicts.
Okay, so could I, sorry, since I sort of brought that up, could I say, if, I don't know what the result will be, just a picture, or if it's going to be like a list or something, but I would prefer if we could say anything that did have the conflict. Oh, I see Commissioner Lamont.
Let's hear from Commissioner Lamont, because he might be able to, since he raised the suggestion initially. Commissioner Lamont?
Yes, Chair, I think you captured it. You did capture it accurately. The idea was, and it was piggybacking off of Commissioner Sinai's recommendation of the discussion. And before going into line drawing or visualizations, et cetera, is really understanding where we are. And I think that's a very good point. And so then what does that mean, understanding where we are? So my position was a cautionary tale around our thoughts about how we approach this process. And then I thought was starting with the draft maps, and I'll reiterate that we unanimously voted for, is the great place to start, because that's where we are. And so taking those draft maps and looking at COI testimony, feedback, et cetera, if our data, I was asking whether our data team can package that information in a way that identifies the conflicts and things as you raised. That way we can review that information and we know going in that that's the lens in which we're looking at these maps, and then we can see what's realistic in being able to make certain adjustments. Because knowing we're not going to be able to satisfy every piece of COI and every piece of testimony, we know that. But we can get a sense of where there are conflicts in testimony, what are we going to privilege? Whether there's unanimous feelings around certain pieces of COI testimony that are not reflected in the maps. I think that would be an issue we would want to address. Even if we can't fulfill it, I think we have the responsibility to at least acknowledge it. If there's a consensus of a particular area and there's a reason we cannot fulfill that particular request, we should be able to say that we realize there is strong feedback in this particular area on this particular issue, but we land here because of these considerations. But I think we got to have the data. And I don't see this as pictures, I see this as information.
Agreed.
I didn't mean to confuse Commissioner Anderson with that statement. It could be a picture. If it's hieroglyphics, however it is. So don't get stuck on that piece. I'll give it back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Turner?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There is, and I'm wondering if we're utilizing the tools that are already available, because there is a link that we have currently, and I know that we're asking probably for a little bit more than a link, but there is, the data team has already done some work to ensure that there is a link that pulls in input per zone that's available. And so I want to be clear so that we'll bring back a product and kind of guidelines for this discussion that is exactly what you want. So in addition to the information that's already available by zone area, you're wanting and asking us to work with the data team, to work with staff or someone, you want them to do an analysis of what you already have available, or?
I would say it's an analysis of the conflicts. So if we have, let's take, I don't know, if one community group, let's take San Francisco. So if the LGBT community is saying, and I think those maps are pretty good, but the LGBT community is saying there's an issue with it, and the Asian community is saying that there's another, and the Latino and African American and some business groups are saying something else. It's identifying what those conflicts are and whether our draft maps address those conflicts or not.
Okay.
And, but it's the major issue, right? And some of these conflicts are not as visible as others, but some are pretty visible. Commissioner Fernandez?
Thank you. Just quickly, my only concern is if we're only looking at conflicts, what if we change a line and then we actually now are in conflict with something else, but it wasn't in conflict prior to the line being redrawn. So I think if our focus is only on conflicts, we may be making some matters worse, potentially, if we change things.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. And I think it's in response to our draft maps. The draft maps is where we are in the process right now. That's what the community is responding to. And actually, we are getting quite a bit of feedback on those draft maps. So the feedback that we're getting is in response to those areas. And those are the areas that we'll be working to try to address over the next couple of weeks. Did you have a response to that, Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, just quickly. I understand that, but I would bet my, I don't know, salary or something. I don't have a salary, but yeah, salary, that many who have submitted communities of interest may not at this point provide feedback to our draft maps because they're okay with it. So if we change it and then it's too late, right? I mean, I get that we're just looking at the feedback based on our draft maps, but there's also so much other communities of interest information that we also need to make sure that we keep track of as well. That's my point. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That makes sense. Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah, I completely agree with Commissioner Fernandez. Rather than just an analysis of just these conflicts, it should be a summary of the good, the bad, because there might be, lots and lots and lots of people say, this is, we like these lines for these particular reasons. And then someone else might say, well, I just don't like them. And so we need to be able to sort of weigh that. So I would prefer it, kind of like Commissioner Turner was just saying, we take the whole summary of those areas. And then they're looking, they might emphasize, hey, these are some conflicts we've seen, but I don't want to do it in a vacuum because I agree completely with Commissioner Fernandez. Then we could be throwing out all of the other perspectives, which is why we drew them in the first place.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson and Commissioner Fernandez. That's helpful. I think the data team is already doing some of these summaries, so I think we can certainly get those summaries and put them as part of this analysis and really highlight the conflicts, but also understand the context, right? And have an analysis of what's already come in and what folks are saying on the ground. Commissioner Sinai, does that meet your expectation? If we did the summary get the summary that the data team's putting together, and then also do an analysis of potential conflicts on the current draft maps.
Are you asking
as
me?
a starting point for discussion? Yes.
So
with that, address some of the concerns you have.
My concerns are here nor there. I mean, okay. I think so. What I did during the break was kind of go into the database and kind of randomly start somewhere and spend the 15 minutes looking at the comments. What I think would be helpful is highlighting the themes that keep coming up. So I wouldn't necessarily say a conflict or not a conflict or to communities of interest that are banging heads, but maybe the themes that continually are coming up, so we can discuss them, air them, discuss them, and have that conversation, and do it kind of by regions. And I'm not saying our old regions or zones or whatever, but whatever feels natural. It might be the by, we have 52 districts for congressional districts. What themes came up in each of them? I don't know. But to me, I like the word themes better because there are some things that are coming up that are really strong. There are some just that are little tweaks. There's, the coast all the way up and down. We're hearing, from the border of Mexico to the border of Oregon, we're still getting input from the coast places. That's a theme that keeps coming up. So I guess to me, having a document that kind of has the themes, but we've all spent time looking at the data, and then we come back, because that's where I get lost. Sometimes I forget what the themes are. So having a theme document is actually helpful when we're talking to the map, and just being able to say, okay, there's been this theme that keeps coming up. about Little Saigon. Can we, I'm throwing out something because there is a theme, but just, and then we kind of talk about it and understand that theme and where we stand. And we don't necessarily have to agree. We don't have to have a collective agreement until it comes to the lines, but at least we're all giving input to that theme or how we read it or how we're feeling it. So I guess it might have just been the idea of conflicts in places we still need to work versus what are the themes that we're still hearing. So
thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Lamont, and then Commissioner Turner.
Okay. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of confusion about what I was suggesting. So I was thinking of the totality of our feedback leading up to the draft map. So it was almost, in my head, it was a look back and a look forward. So we went through a whole process to get to maps that we voted on unanimously. And I keep saying that because that's important. But that happened over a long process. It didn't all just happen last week, right? So there could be things and themes that we missed in that process. So the question was, is there, I don't know if this is something the data team could do at all, but this analysis of the totality of the feedback that we received, whether that was COI information, comments, et cetera, leading up to the draft maps, are there things that we missed? So the word conflict is not necessarily the right word, but are there things that we feel we missed? And the reason I raise this is because in listening to the conversation earlier, there seemed to be certain commissioners that feel like there were areas that either didn't get worked properly or didn't get worked enough or didn't stop, there was going into it. And I think I said, my concern is that if we go into it with this, everything's on the table point of view, this could be disastrous in so many ways. So it's this idea that the draft maps that we have gone on the record and voted for unanimously, these are our maps. Now, we know they're not perfect and all of that. Well, where are they imperfect from our own lens without the feedback of the reaction to the maps that's also coming? Because that's another piece of information for us. But just so we have this baseline when we go into making the changes that captures anything that we feel slipped through the cracks leading up to those draft maps and incorporates feedback that's happening as we speak to the current draft map. So we'll be taking all of that into consideration, and hopefully it would level set some of us in how we're going to approach moving forward when we start doing visualizations, line drawing, or however we're going to do that part of the process. So I hope that clarified a little bit more of what I was trying to convey. And how we get there, I don't know. I was really raising it as, is this even possible, actually? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's helpful, Commissioner Lamont. Commissioner Turner and Commissioner Ahmed after that.
Yeah, this just makes me smile because I'm so glad that we're having the conversation, because it's not an easy conversation, and it's another part of discussion that we don't get an opportunity often to have. So I think we, again, have come into this process with different thought processes. It's like, yes, we want what Commissioner Lamont wants, but it's a little different than what he stated. And yes, we want that too, but it's still just different. For example, even to talk about pulling together recurring themes, for me, recurring themes is problematic because we've also said, even in accordance with our playbook, that even if one person said it or a few people, we keep lifting up that we're not talking necessarily quantity. And if we have and send off staff or the data management folk to pull recurring themes, if we have a document from MALDEF or a document from Asians Advancing Justice or Black Census and Redistricting Hub or whatever. Now, their one document may reflect something from 400 or some people, but it won't certainly be a recurring theme that may rise to instructions that we give an analyst to pull recurring, right? And so we've said and stated some things, but it's not real cut and dried what we're asking for, because recurring themes may pop up, and recurring themes in this process, to have someone to pull it systematically could also be missed because there's not the frequency that we think, and it still may be an important point. So what I'm hearing now, and I just keep asking because I am going to be one of the ones that's trying to bring you back what I think you're asking for. The latest was the totality of what we've got to as of the draft map date. And I appreciate the repetitiveness of what that we all voted for, because we all did. But the totality of that, just to say, this is kind of from this part of the conversation coming into it, this is an analysis on everything that's come in and what's been lifted. And I guess maybe just in an organized fashion, because we're not trying to skinny it out and we're not trying to not bring something. Maybe we're just trying to organize the information that's there by area on the map, so that when we get to a particular point of the map, we're able to talk about here is what we've heard in this area. And maybe what we're doing is getting rid of what has been repeated. So we're not saying it 100, 200, 1,000 times, but these are the equally weighted because it's been said in this area. And this is where there was agreement. And maybe here's where we'll have to kind of determine. And I've avoided using prioritize because that sounds almost offensive, that we're going to prioritize somebody's word over someone else's word. But at some point, we're going to have to determine, what do we lift and where do we now make decisions. We'll have to lift and determine, where do we make a choice over what testimony we're using. And I would imagine it would get at some point to whose voice are we muting if we don't include them in the process, so anyway, so I named that, and I'm still looking for additional words so that when we come back to have the discussion on the 29th, we've provided a product that says, yes, this is helpful above and beyond what's already available to us. I think the information is there. Maybe it just needs to be organized differently.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And so I'll go to Commissioner Ahmed and we'll close out the conversation.
Thank you, Chair. I would have a slightly differing view on this than what Commissioner Turner just stated, in that I am actually trying not to bring a product back to the full commission. And this is because of the conversation that we just had. I've heard different commissioners say that they expect different items to be highlighted in this end product. And my concern is that we will not be able to satisfy all 14 commissioners and all 50 opinions that we have on what this summary document could look like. And I also fear that whatever we put out there will be scrutinized by the public in a way that my comment is not reflected in this summary document. Therefore, you, the commission, are not taking that into consideration. So in hopes to avoid that type of almost not accurate confrontation, I think it would be best if we just continued to review those COI inputs on our own, bringing back what we saw individually and trying to come to a consensus based off of that. I also want to highlight that there are over 15,000 and counting inputs, and that's from the COI tool, from public input, for draft maps, sorting through all of that for our team in a short time period while making sure it's as up to date as possible for our discussion on the 29th is quite a task that I personally would not want to undertake. Therefore, I do not support our team undertaking that. Just my 2 cents.
Commissioner Ahmed, and we are data rich, right? We have so much data. Commissioner Lamont.
Thank you, Commissioner Ahmed, because I think you answered my question. Because remember, mine was a question. Is this possible? And you answered it, and you gave, I think, a very good explanation. So I feel satisfied with your response. Thank you.
And mine was an attempt to try to see if we can fulfill that question, but it doesn't sound like we can. And I do think it is every commissioner's responsibility to read through the comments and the input that we're getting, and we're all doing that. And we're all analyzing it, weighing it for ourselves, and then we can come back to a structured conversation on the 29th to go through some of these additional difficult conversations. I do think it was helpful to go through this to understand what we'll be tackling on the 29th when we actually do have the information in front of us. With that, 2 actions. The first, I do want to create a subcommittee to work through the final maps planning and to take all the feedback that we got today and develop a project plan as well as additional guidance for the chairs coming through. And I do think we need line drawers, someone from the line drawing, at least one person from the line drawing committee. And it'd be helpful to have Commissioner Fornashar, because not only because he's worked so much on the public input process, but also project management wise and his strong expertise there. So I'm going to nominate, I guess is the word, Commissioner Fornashari and Sidwani to work on these together, given that we need someone from line drawers to coordinate that communication. And we do, as Commissioner Anderson noted, and we do need project management and to work on process. It doesn't mean the rest of us can't provide them individually. We can send through staff our feedback and our information, and certainly they'll be working through staff as well. So to get these documents through, it would be helpful to get a schedule from the committee at least a couple days before the 29th through staff, so that we know, as Commissioner Fernandez said, what areas to focus on initially through the public input process. And then secondly, we do need a motion to approve the changes to our public input process, moving the public input period from 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes, 2.5 minutes. And so we do need a motion for that. Commissioner Fernandez.
So moved. How was that?
Great, thank you. Commissioner Gee?
Second that.
Any discussion? All right, so we'll open it up for public comment, and it'll be public comment on this motion as well as general public comment on this motion and on all of the subcommittee item.
Yes, Chair.
I believe Director Kaplan raised her hand.
I just wanted to confirm with the commission after this motion, and perhaps I need to ask this afterwards, that you want us to then update the appointments and then send out a blast announcing once those appointments are open. And because there was some discussion about setting a time in an email, so I just want to get clarity on that direction.
Once we have approval of the motion, we would certainly go back and communicate with everyone who signed up, address all the communication channels, right, to make sure that all of our communication channels are not ambiguous and are very clear as to how to sign up, and all of the what we discussed earlier today, in terms of just making sure that, and of course, letting everyone know that an opportunity to provide public input is going to be opening up. So sending out the newsletter blast and all of the other channels that we use, including social media. Commissioner Fornashari, then Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I think that I think what we would like to see is a specific time being picked for when you would open them, and then blast on every channel that we have that it's going to open at this time. But I you know how to do this better than me. I assume you need to give some time for the community groups to reblast and all that stuff. So, I mean, from my perspective, I'd rather not tell you how to do your job. I'd rather just give you the direction. That's what we would like to see. I mean, I think that's what I took away from the conversation.
That's right. And then Commissioner Sinai.
I just like to say that it's pretty impressive what staff did last Wednesday night. The press release that was sent out was very, very comprehensive. Had all the different, what happened, that we approved it, and then how people can, inviting the public, how people can participate, and it had all the different dates, and it went out to our complete, lists and everything else. I think doing it, if we would have waited and sent it out the next day, then people would have complained that we didn't send it out right away. And I just want staff to publicly know that we really appreciate what they did do, and it was very impressive. And let's try this other way now. And then others may say that way wasn't, the way they wanted it. Just like you have 14 commissioners with 14 perspectives, we have almost 40 million people in the state of California with different perspectives. So just thank you for what you did do, because it was pretty impressive. And if you haven't gone and seen the press release and read through it, please do, because they did an amazing job.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Director Kaplan.
Just thank you for all that feedback. And I just do also want to highlight that I think we will work to balance that, but I do want to highlight that we've tried to stretch as late as possible the closing of the appointments, pushing that later than we had with the COI input meetings to 11 a.m. the day before, in order to allow for the video team to be able to get out all the invites and staff organize the back end. So as much as we can try to push some time of sending out an email and providing some additional space, I want to also just highlight that in order to really get more people signed up for the 17th, we're going to balance the timing of how much space we're going to push out for when we will open the appointments, to allow for additional time tomorrow before 11 a.m. when those appointments will close for the 17th, but the rest will remain open until the day before.
Great, we'll go to Commissioner Akutagawa, then we'll open up for public input.
Yeah, thank you, Director Kaplan. And just out of curiosity, I definitely like the idea, for example, like if you put out an announcement today saying that tomorrow at 11 o'clock, we're going to open the appointments for whatever day, or even like wait 2 days. I agree with Commissioner Fornichari, whatever you decide is the best way to do it. I am kind of curious because given the responses we're getting, logistically, does it make sense to open up a new day each day versus just like opening up the entire period? Just so that it's kind of a way to slow it down, and you reset the opportunity to sign up for a new appointment on a new day for the next day. Am I making sense in what I'm asking right now?
Director Kaplan?
My recommendation is that once we work with staff on the back end and we set a time likely for later today where we will open up the appointments, that we do that for the full meetings. The public will have opportunity to still participate in the input meetings without an appointment. And so whether or not they receive an appointment, there's still an opportunity at the end of each day to participate in the meetings. And I think it is logistically, there are a lot of steps involved in opening and closing and pulling all the contacts and giving that to our team to be able to send out invites and the whole process. And if this becomes staggered day by day, it's just adding a lot more steps that I think it will run a lot more smoother if we just open it all up now.
So we do need to go to
when we do later today, once we vote on this.
Thank you. And we do need to go to public comment. Commissioner Akutagawa, one last comment.
Yeah, one last comment. Commissioner or Director Kaplan, can I just maybe make one recommendation? Is to not open up the appointments today. We're already at 4, almost, we're going to be at 4 o'clock. I think this is part of the complaint that people had about, we're doing it at the end of the day, and unless you're following it, it doesn't give people enough time to sign up. I'd like to recommend that you open up the appointments tomorrow but you put out the announcement today so that at least the organizations will have a chance, to let people know, hey, tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock, it's going to open. And then that way, then it's a little bit more fair versus like, unless you're watching right now, I'm afraid the same thing is going to happen. So that would be my recommendation, is at least to wait till tomorrow. And at least it gives you a little bit of extra time to get everything set up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kitagawa. I would agree with that. Let's go to public input. So Katie, are you ready for public input?
Absolutely, Chair. So it is public for agenda item number 3 and also the motion on the floor? Correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
Perfect. The Commission will now be taking public comment for agenda item number 3 and the motion on the floor. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 829-8221-1105 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, we do have several raised hands, and I invite those that have called in, if you do wish to give comment on agenda item number 3 or the motion on the floor, please press star 9, indicating you wish to give comment at this time. Right now, we have caller with the last 4, 7306, and up next after that will be caller 0129. Caller 7306, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Carolina Goodman, League of Women Voters of Greater Los Angeles. And first of all, let me express our appreciation for how hard this commission has worked to draw fair lines in California. 10 years ago, the Redistricting Commission left Los Angeles until the end of the process. The resulting maps left much to be desired. Already, commissioners have acknowledged they didn't spend enough time on the draft maps for Los Angeles. Please make a concerted effort to devote the time required to focus on this extremely complex, dense area that has many overlapping communities. One of the commissions earlier in this meeting said it could take 2 days just to do Los Angeles, and in reality, it could easily take 2 days to do just the assembly maps for Los Angeles. I agree with the other commissioners who suggested that the commission first on not Los Angeles, VRA areas, and Southern California before the rest of California. 10 million people in Los Angeles County deserve your finest attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh. And right now we have caller 0129, and up next after that will be caller 3392. Caller 0129, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Mike Labar. I am the Mayor of King City. A couple comments regarding outreach. The city has not received any kind of outreach from the Redistricting Commission. We actually could provide a much more concise and more instructive concerns, suggestions, as we receive that from the people we represent. So I would absolutely encourage reaching out to cities. I am very concerned with what's happening in the Monterey Bay area, and I would like you to look at the comments our city has sent in written comment, because the initial lines that you've put forth actually connect an agricultural community in Monterey County all the way up to San Jose. Completely different communities of interest. And while it might make sense demographically and to achieve the results you're trying to achieve, you're going to be significantly harming predominantly Hispanic communities predominantly farm workers, and their ability to elect the candidates of their choice. I do thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to participating in more of these meetings because it is of great concern to all of our cities in South County, South Monterey County. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 3392, and up next after that will be caller 3643. Caller 3392, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Alejandra Ponce de Leon with Advancement Project California. Just calling to greatly thank you for all the time you spent today and throughout this whole process of being very inclusive to so much public testimony and comments that you've been receiving. First off, I just really want to acknowledge the hard work that all of you as commissioners plus your staff are doing to just be as responsive and as accessible as you can. And so for us and for many of the partners that have been reaching out to you, many community groups, just say that one, we appreciate the process that we have here in California to giving space for community to participate in the redistricting process and have a direct say, and that we're here to support you. We want to see you succeed, and every recommendation that we bring to you is really with that goal in mind of how do we continue to strengthen this process. And so greatly appreciate you taking time to discuss the public input process, increasing number of time slots by reducing the time for public comment for those that are getting appointments for this week, just to create more opportunities for more folks to speak, and then also uplifting, the public comment at the end to create enough time so those that get on queue, are still able to speak, and really appreciate your commitment to stay up until 10 p.m. if necessary. We just continue to uplift, creating these opportunities, making it more accessible. And for us who we've been, really speaking up with and on behalf of communities that are most impacted by barriers of participation, making it accessible to them is making it accessible to everybody. So 15. I just wanted to, just uplift my appreciation to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And right now we will have caller 3643, and up next after that will be caller 2829. Caller 3643, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6.
And just a reminder, the comment is on the subcommittee reports and as well as the motion on the table. Anything else will be after 4:30. We will be taking general comment at 4:30. Thank you.
Caller 3643, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Toledo and Commissioners. This is Jonathan Metestein, Executive Director at California Common Cause. Congratulations on reaching a huge milestone in your process and for reaching your draft map on a timeline, an accelerated timeline in order to be responsive to public input and to enable more public participation. Californians really are in awe of the hours you are dedicating to this process, and I want to thank you for your thoughtful reflection and the robust and productive conversation you've had today on the roadmap that will get you to your final maps and the changes you're making to create more opportunities for public input. We would urge you to memorialize any decisions you're making today and make those decisions clear and widely available to the public as soon as possible, including the details of your upcoming calendar, new public input appointment opportunities, changes to public comment lengths, other details of the public input process, and so on. And we appreciated the conversation today about how to handle the next phase of mapping, but if you could crystallize for all of us what decision was made, including when you'll discuss which regions, whenever you're able, that would be ideal. I know you're heading into closed session soon. I'd just like to flag a letter we sent in early October about how you deal with closed session, urging more clarity for the public on when you're using closed session and why, and cautioning against the overuse of closed session for issues that are not pending litigation. Again, thank you for your incredible dedication to the people of California and for your service here. Best of luck as you head into this next round of public input hearings and line drawing meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
And right now we will have caller 2829, and up next after that will be caller 5944. And for those that have called in, if you have comment on agenda item number 3 or the motion on the floor, please press star 9 if you have comment for those two things. Right now we have caller 2829. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Renee West-Lusk. I thank the Commissioners for opening up more appointments for public input on the first draft maps, but I'm asking you to please follow Commissioners Akutagawa and Commissioner Toledo's directions to give notice through blast email and press release in advance of opening up the appointments. I agree with waiting until tomorrow to open the appointment so people have time to put it on their calendar that they can try to get an appointment tomorrow rather than opening it up tonight when people won't know about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And at this time, Chair, that was our last raised hand.
Excellent. So we will go to a vote. Director Hernandez, are you ready for the vote?
I am, Chair. 1 second. Okay, the motion to change the speaker time from 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes for the public input meetings on the maps. That's on November 17th to the 20th, the 22nd, and the 23rd. Motion by Commissioner Fernandez, seconded by Commissioner Yee. And we had 5.
Commissioner Fernandez, do you have a feedback on the motion?
Yes, if you could just specify that's the draft maps. Sorry, I just want to be very specific. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Is there anything else anyone sees that I don't see? Okay, we'll begin the vote. Commissioner Turner,
Yes.
Commissioner Vasquez,
Yes.
Commissioner Yee,
Yes.
Commissioner Ahmed,
Yes.
Commissioner Akutagawa.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner Fernandez,
Yes.
Commissioner Fornashari,
Yes.
Commissioner Kennedy,
Yes.
Commissioner Lamont,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadwani,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanai.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor
Yes.
and Commissioner Toledo.
Yes.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll be going to closed session under pending litigation and agency security exceptions. It will be a brief closed session. I anticipate we'll be back by 4:30 and maybe sooner, but I would say 4:30 at this point. Thank you. And with that, we'll go to closed session. Welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Coming back from closed session, no decisions or actions were taken. And with that, we will be starting our general public input process. Katie, please open up the lines.
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now be taking general public comment for all items, including those not on the agenda. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 829-8221-1105 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And for those that have called in and have been listening, if you'll please press star 9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment this lovely evening. We do have one hand. Caller 8091, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Hayden. I'm a resident of Kern County. I just wanted to call with say thank you to the Commission for being so inclusive with your public comment. It doesn't go unnoticed. I know that there has been a lot of public comment from Kern County, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you for hearing the voice of our community and for listening to us. I know that I certainly appreciate it. Just again, to uplift you guys for hearing our concerns. Please continue to do so as you're making these important and difficult decisions. And thank you. I hope you had a good break and enjoy the rest of the time. Thank you very much.
And I'd like to give those in the queue one more opportunity. Please press star 9 if you have anything for the general comment time period of our day. And we do have one more hand. Caller 5819, if you'll please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. The floor is yours. Caller 5819, you are unmuted in the meeting. If you'll please double check your phone, make sure you are not muted there.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
The
Can
floor
you
is
hear
yours.
me now?
We sure can. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I was muted too long there. Michael Perry, 38-year resident of Big Bear Lake, and currently working here at Visit Big Bear, our destination marketing organization. I wanted to thank the Commission again for all your work, especially on Assembly Map VVHD and our Congressional Map High Desert SB. As we've said before, our community is very rural, and most people think that Big Bear is a ski resort with, a lot of expensive homes, classy people, et cetera. But we're really a working class community with working people that live here trying to provide that visitor experience. And we really feel grateful that you've listened to us and the other rural communities. We are a rural community. We're 40 miles from anybody else of significance. And being in the national forest, we're greatly affected by the federal government policies and the need to have representation that will advocate and understand the federal government. And so that's why we feel a tie to the desert communities in the San Bernardino County High Desert, which you have included us in because, they deal with BLM. I go down there and recreate on my motorcycles and quads and dune buggies and all that kind of stuff. And
30 seconds.
And that is an area that is really has a commonality of interest to Big Bear and the ruralness and the issues we have with federal and visitors and things like that. So thank you again for listening and putting us with the High Desert. We appreciate you, hearing our voices. So thank you and have a great night.
Thank you so much. At this time, Chair, it would appear that we do not have any other hands.
Thank you. We'll wait to see if we get any more hands.
Just so you know, Chair, the numbers that are in the queue have been listing for most of the day.
Excellent. Thank you. So at the recommendation of council, we are being recommended to take a short break, 10-minute break, and see if any members of the public want to call in, as we need to keep our lines open for at least 30 minutes. So with that, let's come back at 4:45, and we'll close the lines at 5 o'clock. welcome back to the California Citizens Redistricting meeting. We are finishing up our business meeting with public comment. This is general public comment on anything that was discussed today or any item of general public concern. We will be closing the lines at 5 o'clock. Katie, can you please open up the lines?
Yes, Chair. The Commission is now taking general public comment for items not on the agenda. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 829-8221-1105. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call instructions have been read previously in the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, we do have caller 5944 that has called in and raised their hand. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Hello. I just wanted to call and ask that you please do not include Seven Oaks Country Club or Stockdale Estates or Stockdale Country Club in the VRA district. That includes Delano, Arvin, Shafter, and Wasco. Those areas just do not belong in this community. They're very white, very affluent. Appreciate all your hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And for those that have just called in, please press star 9 to indicate you have called in to give comment and not just to listen to the end of the meeting. Again, star 9 will raise your hand indicating you called in to give comment. Thank you so much. Caller 6190, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6 at this time. The floor is yours.
Hi, could you hear me?
We sure can.
Oh, great. Okay. This is Steve from Irwin Lake up in the Big Bear Mountains. I was calling to say, excuse me, that I looked at the assembly and the congressional maps, and it looks like if I'm reading them correctly, and I'm not that good on my computer, but it looks like you've included us with some of the desert area up on the, I guess that would be the east side of us. And I just wanted to let you know that at least from my perspective, that makes sense. We, excuse me, we do drive off that direction to access services, the nearest mall for shopping, and frankly, the nearest nice restaurants and everything are off on that side of the hill, and we can get off the hill during especially stormy winter weather. The storms push in from the west and oftentimes close the roads to the west, we get rock slides, mudslides, etc., and Caltrans closes those roads. But we always can get off on Highway 18 down to Lucerne Valley and that side. So that's our go-to, at least for my family and my friends, that's our go-to route to get off the mountain from Big Bear Valley up here and access the services on that side. So anyway, thank you. I think if I read the maps right, it looks like we're in good shape. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And again, one more time for those that have called in. If you would like to give comment this evening, please press star 9. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. And at this time, Chair, we do not have any raised hands.
Thank you. We will be closing the comment line at 5 o'clock. Just a reminder to the public, the commission did release its draft maps for state congressional, state assembly, State Senate and Board of Equalization ahead of the Supreme Court's mandated November 15th deadline. And we will be taking public comment on those maps during our public input sessions, November 17th through the 23rd. All Californians are welcome to provide feedback on the maps by visiting our website at drawmycacommunity.org. You can also draw your own maps by visiting drawmycadistricts.org. As a reminder, our final maps are due to be completed no later than December 27th. So we have about a month and a half, a little bit more than a month and a half to get our maps completed. With that, we will wait for a couple minutes to see if there are any additional members of the public who would like to give comment. Any closing comments from the commissioners prior to ending this meeting, since we have a few minutes? Or any announcements you might have? If not, we will be ending our meeting at 5 o'clock if there are no additional callers. Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, this is not something that needs to be voted on or anything, but we did not discuss potentially moving the starting times for the meetings in December. So I just wanted to throw that back out to Executive Director Hernandez to see if could potentially consider moving those back a little, maybe like 11 to 6 instead of 9:30 or 10 to 5. That was my only comment. I'm not sure, and I know that Commissioner Kuchagawa did talk about that also, and I don't know if any other commissioners have any thoughts on that. Thank you.
I believe Commissioner or Director Hernandez is planning those sessions and thinking through the logistics. Commissioner or Director Hernandez?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that if we move the meeting back from 11 to 11, we'll go till 6 p.m. I just want to make sure that we have time, should we have public input during those meetings, that we have sufficient time for that. And, the later we push it to start, the later we're going to go in the evening for public comment. And I want to make sure that we're aware of that. So at this point, we can make that change to 11 to 6. And so the meetings beginning on Sunday, the 12th, will be from 11 to 6 through Sunday, the 19th, 11 to 6. All the meetings 11 to 6. If everyone is okay with that, that's what I will propose. And that's a change that I will make, and then notify all our vendors and post that information on our website as well.
Remind us what the current time frame that we have is at this point.
At this point, they're 10 to 5 for the meetings beginning on the 13th through the 18th, 10 to 5. Only an hour shift.
Do you mean the 12th, starting on the 12th?
Well, the 12th was already scheduled from 11 to 6. So the changes only are going to reflect the 13th through the 18th, because on the 19th, we also have that one already scheduled, 11 to 6. So now all the meetings would be scheduled from 11 to 6.
Sounds like there's no opposition to 11 o'clock, and it's up to, and I believe you have the discretion to, as the executive director, to schedule those.
Okay, we'll go ahead and make that change.
At this point, I don't see any opposition to that change. Commissioner Turner.
Not exactly opposition, just a question for commissioners that is beneficial for. Does that include Saturday as well?
It's a great question. Is that just during the week and not for the weekends, or is this intended to be every day of the week? Commissioner Kuchagawa?
I'll just say Saturdays are a little bit easier, and I'm a little bit more agnostic on that. Just, the Monday through Friday, having that 2-hour window in the morning to try to get some other business done would be helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Yes, I agree. I apologize. Saturday would be easier, or to do the 9:30. Thank you.
Okay, Saturday we have it scheduled currently from 10 to 5.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave that one as is and change the ones during the week from 11 to 6. And the ones on Sunday will be 11 to 6 as well. So that's what they're scheduled for right now.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. That was a great catch. Any other updates or announcements that you might have prior to the close of the meeting? I think we have a good, from the meeting earlier today, I think we have a good sense of, for the subcommittee that'll be working on the final maps, planning, good direction for them to get us something sooner rather than later through staff in terms of schedule, and definitely by the 29th, but hopefully much sooner than that so the commissioners can prepare for those meetings and begin that process. Is there anything that you might need for that, Commissioner Sidwani or Commissioner Fornashari? In addition to what we've discussed prior.
I'm sure there will be lots that we need, but I think we're all set for right now, given the robust conversation that happened today.
Thank you. All right, just 3 more minutes, and it doesn't look like we have any additional comments at this point.
And here I thought we were going to have a flood of comments.
Yes, that's what I had heard from, I think staff predicted that there'd be more comments than we actually are getting. But I believe it also has to do with the fact that public input sessions are scheduled. Folks who want to speak have been able to get their appointments, and so that might be part of why we're not seeing so many, is that folks who wanted appointments were able to get them. I hope that I'm being optimistic. Commissioner Director Hernandez.
Yeah, I was just going to state that because we probably opened up, quite a few additional appointments for these upcoming meetings. Maybe people are considering waiting to provide their input then. But it really is, a challenge to really know how many people are going to call in at the end of the day. Any day could be very different from what it is right now. We could easily have 100 people on the queue.
I don't think any of us are complaining that we're going to be able to get off at 5 o'clock, given that last week was pretty intense. Commissioner Fornashari?
I believe the 49ers are playing the Rams on Monday Night Football. So that might be part of it too.
Makes sense. Commissioner Taylor, and of course, Commissioner Taylor will be our chair for the rest of the series of public input meetings. I just saw his hand up, but
yeah, thank you, Chair. So yes, I look forward to my opportunity to commission the next group of meetings, and I'm not going to let Neil draw me back into that LA San Francisco thing.
And we look forward to having you chair our next series of public input meetings, starting on the 17th. With that, it looks like it's almost 5 o'clock and we still have no members of the public wishing to comment. So as soon as it turns to 5, we will adjourn for the day. Last chance to give an announcement.
Looks like Executive Director Hernandez's hand is up. It's just up.
Commissioner or Director Hernandez, do you have an update?
Just want to say goodnight.
Excellent. Well, with that, it's 5 o'clock. We don't have additional comments in the queue, so we will. We've closed the line, and we will say goodbye, or we'll adjourn today's meeting and say goodbye, or till the end, till the 17th.
Good night, everyone. Good
Good
night.
night, everyone.